we creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rectus caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Oh, hey there. This might be the latest I've ever started a live. But we're here. We're going to be breaking down a new show and different type of show than anything we've covered before, but it's I think it's a great show. It's a lot of fun. It's a nice change of pace. And there isn't a lot out there right now that's like from Severance. Like there really isn't like a mystery box show out there to cover or a drama in the vein of like The Last of Us or The Handmaid's Tale or something. But I really like Duster. We're going to be breaking down the first 3 episodes of Duster to play catch up here because it premiered when I was too busy to start covering it with those other shows going on. And so now we're gonna break down 3 episodes. Now we're not gonna go nuts with it. This is not a mystery box show. It is a thriller. It's a thriller, but it's not as deep. You know, it's not something you need to dissect the hell out of to the extent that we normally do. Now it's still gonna be a deep dive. I don't do shallow dives, but but it's not going to take all night just to break down, even to break down 3 episodes. Fingers crossed. I mean, I know I've said that kind of thing before, and then it does take all night, but hopefully not. And well, I mean, it's already 1 a.m., so technically it probably will take most of the rest of the night. But
don't worry, you'll just run into the From one. We do normally do on Wednesdays.
Yeah. Yeah.
With a quick intermission.
It'll just be like an intermission. Okay, we're back live again. Yeah, because we're starting that again. We're getting back to the From Rewatch finally. I've missed doing it. I really have. I was in over my head with covering The Last of Us with the live streams and doing
Yeah.
Handmaid's Tale video breakdowns. And I did some deep dives for the like scripted videos for The Last of Us until I realized like most people don't want to watch them anymore because like anybody's videos because they hate the show. So it was still a lot of work though, you know, just covering the live streams, doing the Handmaid's Tale videos, and I still have one more to go on that. I have the Handmaid's Tale finale video that I still have not finished, but I'm hoping I can get that done and out in the morning. And then we can get back to the From Rewatch. Finally, we're going to be getting back to season 2, episode 5 is what we're on. And we'll start doing that once a week again on Wednesdays. But anyway, we have so this is a first. Carl here is joining the panel, which is super cool and exciting. And so how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Hear you fine.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm doing great, and I think this will be a great palate cleanse from The Last of Us for sure. This is gonna be, a fun romp, as they say.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like The Last of Us is really heavy. It's dark and it's heavy, and there's not much. I mean, there's levity in it, but it's just the darkness overshadows the levity a lot. And the Handmaid's Tale, there's next to no levity in that. I mean, the only little bit of humor came from Bradley Whitford's amazing performance as this really sarcastic, witty, like unorthodox commander. But other than that, it was very dark, and so this is a really enjoyable watch. I'm thoroughly enjoying the show so far, and there's still stuff to chew on. Like it's not like fluff entertainment. There's it's a crime thriller. Like there's a type of mystery going on in a sense as to like the basic premise of it is you've got a mob driver in the 70s, a getaway driver essentially, and he's what is it, like an FBI agent basically comes up, and she gets him to investigate the guy that he's working for, to try to take him down, Saxton, and they call him Sax. And it's personal for her. She's she says that he ordered a hit on her father. Her father worked for him, and and he lost his brother, and she's saying, we have strong evidence that he ordered a hit on Jim Ellis's brother, Jim being the protagonist, the driver. And so she gets him on board because of that. And so he's, kind of being a double agent, kind of spying on him, trying to find evidence of wrongdoing. But there's also a question as to whether or not it's actually true that Saxton indeed ordered the hit on his brother. Sometimes there are moments when you question it. So it gives you topics of discussion. It's not just like light fluff, fun entertainment. There's also like an element of trying to figure out what's going on, like how there's like a conspiracy happening in terms of like cover-ups. Like the FBI seems to be covering things up, and then you realize, okay, this seems to go up pretty high, like all the way to Washington. There's some level of corruption going on in some type of cover-up regarding this crime syndicate and their activities, and like and the death of this guy's brother. So like it's interesting. I think it'll be fun to discuss. So let's say hi to the chat. And thank you so much for being here, those of you who are still here and who were here earlier, a lot earlier. I really appreciate everybody who did show up and hang out, despite I was having a lot of technical difficulties with my Chromebook, and I'm just dealing with a lot of pain issues the last few days too, and trying to manage it and take better care of myself is what I'm trying to do. Prioritize self-care more. So it's left me with less time to prepare for stuff, and I was scrambling. But anyway, hi Samuel. Hi Dieter. Good morning, Dieter. Dieter, thank you for making that. That was cute. He used AI to make a Duster poster with me and Carl on it, or aka Pandecolima, but his name is Carl, his actual name. It's really cute. And let's see, Soylent Green is people. What? Well, that was random. Spoilers. Spoilers for what was the movie called? Is that what was
it
it
was
called?
called Soylent Green. Yeah, I was like wondering which of the first 3 episodes, because I haven't watched all 3 of them, contain Soylent Green.
Oh, okay.
What a twist!
Yeah. I wonder if inside of the restaurant that we're gonna see, maybe there's some Soylent Green in there.
Oh yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, so that wasn't a random comment. I just can't see. Some of the comments are gone. That's why I don't see yours, Scarlet. Some of the comments disappeared.
Wow.
That's why. Yeah, because I think it's because I changed the time of the live and the title, so some of the comments disappeared. That's okay. Hi, Doc. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
That's
something?
what I was wondering before.
Yeah,
If it would change things.
You were right. It did actually delete a bunch of comments. Too bad.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, sorry, chat.
yeah, it didn't delete all of them though. Like it goes back to 12 a.m. for some reason. That's where it cut off everything before that.
Huh.
But yeah, R.I.P. to your guys' comments that were lost.
Yeah.
Those your opinions on Soylent Green, everyone.
Yeah.
Delicious or not.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie actually.
Oh, you should totally see it. But we have so many movies already on the agenda.
I know, it's a mile long. Well, we're crossing them off bit by bit. We are.
Mm-hmm.
I watched the first 6 Nightmare on Elm Street movies. We watched Freddy vs. Jason. There are so many more of all different genres.
Did you enjoy that?
Freddy vs. Jason? I loved it. It was amazing. Yeah.
And of those that you saw, which one would you, if you had to say which one was your favorite or which one you liked the best, it would be which one?
Oh, wow. I mean, it's tough because there's nothing like the first movie in a franchise like that. I loved the first movie. The third one was amazing. The Dream Warriors one too. Yeah. But honestly, I think the most fun one out of all of them might be Freddy vs. Jason, actually. Just for entertainment value. It was fantastic. So yeah, if I had to pick one, I guess I'd probably pick that. And then maybe number 2 would be the first movie. Yeah.
I'm in the Dream Warriors camp because I really like them turning the tables on him, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I love
even though they still sort of lost, they turned the tables. They put up a good fight.
Indeed. Yes,
and I'm a big Patricia Arquette fan, so that gets a big thumbs up for me.
Oh, the first one with her, she was phenomenal. Yeah. I love her. Yeah. So Steven's Flaming Laser Spark, is that Steve? Is that Steve Wicker? That's the same guy. Just changed his name.
Yeah.
I think so. I think that's Steve. The Steve we know. Steven's Flaming Laser Spork. That's a unique name. I would love to know what where that came from. Damn, I spent an hour in here by myself working on my Taco Tuesday material, and I have nothing for Wonton Wednesday. Sounds good. Yum. Scarlet, this is hilarious. You put in propeller dance at 2K subscriptions.
I was being completely serious, Julie.
No. Well, you and I.
It's for girls, though. It's 2 propellers, and I'm not going to tell you where they are.
was gonna say you and I don't have that kind of equipment, so I don't know.
But we do.
Mhm. Yeah, it would have to be me and Dieter to produce two propellers then, huh? Is that
I
what you're saying?
was saying putting on appropriate appliques, like little Tesla things, and spinning them
Mhm.
Oh my god.
in a burlesque sort of way.
Mhm.
Well, I'm getting
Propeller.
close. What?
Propellers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that would
just
be a different kind of show. Yeah.
yeah, just
It would be a okay show.
Scarlet, just DM me so that I make sure that we produce the proper quality for our Julie's audience.
Yeah.
I mean, like when you reach, that 900 level mark, like I'm at 19. What right now I'm at 1.91K. And once I hit 1.9, it's like, okay, now I'm on the road to 2,000 to 2,000 subscribers. Like that's where the countdown really starts, and that's exciting. I'm psyched. I really didn't expect that to happen. Like in the off season, like From was where I got most of my subscribers, and From has been off, not airing episodes for a very long time. So I really didn't. And for a while, I was kind of stuck. It wasn't really moving, but yeah, I wound up actually picking up a bunch of subs from my Handmaid's Tale videos, which shocked me. I was not expecting that at all. I really didn't know if anyone would watch. I didn't know where the fans were for that. I didn't know where to find them. I didn't do lives for that, but the algorithm worked. The algorithm found me, and some awesome people in this community, would throw me views and likes and help me push the algorithm, push my video out, and it worked. I mean, I had one video where I picked up like 30 subs, and for me that's a lot at once. So yeah, I'm psyched about it. It's really cool. And so yeah, I don't know. Can't promise any propeller dances happening, but we'll have like a celebratory
Well, it
live.
takes some practice to get one going one way and one going the other way, and then clockwise.
I bet. I wouldn't know. I'm not wild like that, but I don't have a
Well,
pole.
there was one steampunk con back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had the burlesque dancers come in for like a couple years, and I saw that firsthand.
Oh,
It was pretty amazing. What control? That's all I'm gonna say.
It's amazing. That's very talented. Yeah, I'm a little too innocent for that. I don't have like a stripper. I don't have like a stripper pole in my house or anything
that's
crazy.
Too bad. I do. No.
No, but
it's an easy way to get in the laundry room. Lie down.
So we'll have a celebratory stream when I hit 2K. So yeah, I appreciate all the new subscribers, and I put out a post on my community tab, thanking all the new people who found me thanks to Handmaid's Tale and Koala T React, because I did get a bump in subs because of the amazing, kind Brian who aka Koala, Koala T React. He put my channel up on screen multiple times. He's got like 19,000 subscribers right now, and his videos are popping off. His lives are popping off, and yet he doesn't even cover anything like what I do, but he just wants to support other content creators as much as he can. If he sees you in his chat and you have a channel, he's gonna support you. He's gonna promote you. And so I saw a bump in subs and comments just from people like popping in, even if it's not something that they're interested in, like a show they're watching, they'll just throw me a comment just to help me with the algorithm. It's really kind. And what an amazing community over there. So I got a bump in subs thanks to them too. So anyway, let's get back to the chat and start the breakdown. So let's see. I'm just going to scroll through here because you guys were just chit-chatting. Muncher Luncher. Strange, Julie B is never late to the live streams. Yeah, that never happens.
Yeah, absolutely never.
I'm always on time. I'm the most punctual person. That's my best quality.
Yeah. So you've been. Someone's maligning you in the chat. Is what's happening.
Yeah. JT Moore. Hey. No. I'm not doing this, but I would love to if my body would tolerate it. Believe me, I would love to. But let's go for a longest stream record. We do have 3 episodes to cover plus predictions. Well, I love your enthusiasm. Thank you so much for the enthusiasm. I really appreciate it. But I can't do anything crazy. I really can't. I know I say that a lot, but I am trying to prioritize my health and take better care of myself now.
Mm-hmm. That's number one, Julie.
Yeah, which means I need to shorten right now, especially. Unfortunately, I need to shorten the live streams because my treadmill is broken, so I can't get on there and keep streaming and manage my pain. Unfortunately, so, but it's not going to be short either. It'll still be a decent length. But press the play button. What does that mean? 24-hour stream. Yeah, okay. Luncher. Hey, that sounds like a blast to me. If my body wasn't so screwed up, then I would love doing that. But
then you'll only be able to keep 12 of it.
Yeah, that's right. I think they don't even cut you off. They let me keep going to 12 hours 48 minutes. I wonder how long they'd continue if they'd eventually cut you off when you're still alive, though.
I don't know. I think they just let you go. I think but only 12 hours of it will be recorded.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there some way to fix that? I said because there's like audiobooks videos that are like 30 hours long.
Wow. Huh. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but I don't think that's live though. I think it's live.
No, yeah, for sure it's not. Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I was thinking after 12-hour mark, then we could propeller dance because then there wouldn't be any evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Only the legend.
Yeah. Yep. Only the people who were there to witness it, and then it'll be gone, erased.
And Dieter has a stripper name generator, but I already know my stripper name is Busty McGillicuddy. So there you go.
That's great. McGillicuddy. That was Lucy's maiden name on I Love Lucy. Lucy McGillicuddy.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Sweet. I wasn't meaning to reference that, but it's really cool that I referenced that.
Yeah. It's a distinctive name, so I always grew up watching it, huh?
I imagine Lucy as a stripper being kind of awkward.
Oh, yeah. She'd be goofy about it.
Yeah.
It's the censored I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
I mean, they couldn't even sleep in the same marriage bed. I don't think a stripper plotline's gonna be like
no.
We came up with.
Yeah, because married people don't sleep in the same bed. Oh no, like it's so silly back then. Anyway, Peter was like, maybe we need to summon Julie. Okay, Julie, over and over and over again.
Candles.
Steve was so funny with this. Are we supposed to kill a chicken or something too? A virgin chicken? Wow,
this is getting serious.
A virgin chicken. Oh my god, you're funny. No, please don't harm any animals to summon us. Doc said I'm going to be up late cleaning and researching for covering the slow walkers on Fridays from Academy. Yes, on Friday, our From Academy topic is going to be slow walkers, aka the nightmare creatures or monsters on From. So if you have anybody has theories about the monsters, and you're not sure like if you're going to be able to make it for the whole live, we do stream for a while and it's late at night too. So if you want us to discuss your theories on it, you can put them in our From Academy channel in the Discord and we'll discuss it. We'll credit you for the theory and you can always watch it on the replay. I did that for my friend Robert once. And in fact, I need to make sure Robert knows we're doing that this week because I know he has theories that he would like. Hopefully, we can share his theories. So that'll be a fun topic. So thank you for all the work you're putting in, Doc, for that. That's awesome. Um, anyone else think Holloway looks like garage sale Brad Pitt? That's ouch. That's kind of no. I think he looks damn good for
Those are
his age.
fighting words, man.
Yeah.
Fighting words.
You're gonna get Julie all riled up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. He looks. I think he looks damn good for his age. I really do. I do see a little bit of a
How old
resemblance
is he?
to Brad Pitt. I don't know actually.
Timeless.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm curious. I think he's aging really well. He's not like trying to like even men in Hollywood sometimes get work done on their face to look younger. He clearly is not doing that. He's aging naturally, and I think he looks damn good. He's 55 years old.
Okay.
So,
Oh, he looks pretty. He looks good for 55.
yeah, he looks damn good. Somebody was calling him like dime store Victor or something too.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I was like, what? Or like, no, not dime store Victor, like an upgraded version of Victor, I think. I forget how they put it, but
Oh, the sports model Victor.
or something like that. Yeah. I guess Victor also has the long hair and stuff. Maybe they're in the same age range, but I don't see any resemblance personally. Anyway. I love that he still has his long hair like he had on Lost. And it fits for the 70s, like the style of long hair that he has. It fits just great. And in his in his personal life, like he's had long hair for a while anyway. Sometimes he's cut it off, but I've seen other pictures from recent years where his hair was long. It's not just for this show. And it looks great. I think it looks great the way it is. I think, I don't know, I'm so used to him with long hair that he looks weird to me without long hair. Like pictures of, well, I mean, he still looks good. It's just like, wait, there's something missing here in those pictures. But it's just like so part of his, he's just so iconic from Lost, like his look from that. And he's basically that now, just in 70s clothes and with a slightly more 70s hairstyle. But he's oozing charisma, just like he did on Lost. Really similar type of personality, smooth talking ladies and flirting and like, and it's like doing those trademark Josh Holloway intense looks, like that angry look, that furrowed brow, like, he's so good at that. And it's so attractive too. And like, what else does he do? Like when he's pissed off, he has the same kind of mannerisms when he's like pissed off and swearing. And the only difference is, I love it that because this is an HBO show, he doesn't have to just say, like, his trademark on Lost. His trademark on Lost was what was it? God damn it! No, son of a bitch. It was son of a bitch. Yeah. That was always his thing. But now he can say fuck. He can say whatever. So I like that. So now he can spice it up a little more when he's pissed off. It's funny. Anyway, Doc, you're so awesome. Do all this research. Don't drive yourself too crazy. Like seriously, you do an amazing job, and we appreciate it. But you don't have to stress yourself out or anything like that. This'll make this fun. Just do whatever, as long as it's fun, that's great. If it starts to feel like work, then please, pull back on it, and you feel free to do less. But we love what you're doing. It's amazing. He said, I just finished researching I don't even know how to pronounce that. It is Yuri, and did a bit on John. I would say John Cabot, but I always hear Tara and Matthew calling him John Cabot.
Yeah.
And I'm now researching the Beatuk. I don't know how to say that either. People. They're amazing.
Yeah.
Beatuk? Would you
I
say
think
that?
so.
Anyway, Doc, you're amazing. Thank you so much. JT Moore says you have to do a watch party for dead presidents. I never even heard of dead presidents.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
we'll put that on the list.
Yeah, Keith David is in that one.
Yeah, I
It's
like
about
him.
like a bank robbery, late '60s, maybe early '70s. It's pretty G.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll put that on the list. Wasn't there another one we were saying, oh, I should add to the list earlier, and I didn't, and now I can't remember what it was. There was some other movie I think we mentioned, and now I don't know. I forget.
Was that today?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was literally 30 minutes ago.
I'll just listen to the replay and I'll tell you.
And I said, yeah, we should put it on the list, and I can't remember what it
Oh,
was.
Soylent Green.
Soylent Green.
Yeah.
Soylent
That's
Green.
it. That's it. Yes, Soylent Green. Thank you. Adding that to the list, even though I already, this wasn't, you didn't spoil it for me. I already knew, Scarlet. Someone else spoiled it for me before, so I even though I know the twist, I think I'll still enjoy the movie.
Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff in that movie.
Yeah, plus the spoilers like the tagline, so it's like hard to not, you know.
Yeah. Like how you get to that point is really, intricate and weaving. It's the same thing. It's a mystery. It's a conspiracy. It's a whole bunch of stuff set in the world of an overpopulated Earth.
Okay, yeah, I love the concept. It's I definitely think that's something I would like. So that's going on the list for sure. I was hesitant to watch it before because I already knew the twist, but that sounds like something I'd enjoy anyway. So it's not, certain things, it does suck when you, like, there's a giant twist at the end. Like I had the twist from The Sixth Sense spoiled for me.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
That sucks.
That sucks.
I managed to see that actually in the theater without having been spoiled for me, so that was.
Yeah, it was my own fault though. I feel like I already said this on a live before. I don't know, or I was talking to somebody. I don't know. I forget, but I was talking to my cousin at the time, and she was saying what a great movie this was, and this was before. This was like, I thought it was a TV movie. I misunderstood, and this was before streaming. So there was, if something was on as a TV movie, it's gone in the ether unless you're lucky enough that they release it on DVD or VHS or whatever we had then. VHS. So that's gone forever. And so I thought, well, I'll never have a chance to see it. So, hey, I want to know what this amazing twist was. So she's like, are you sure? I said, yeah, tell me. She told me. And then I found out, oh, it's in the movie theater. And I wound up going to see it. And yeah. I still loved it, but it wasn't the same. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, don't spoil it for anybody in the chat though. Don't tell them what the twist was.
No.
I'm so glad I went into that, and I also went into the original Wicker Man without knowing the ending, which was great.
Oh, I never saw that. Wicker Man?
So, yeah, put Wicker Man on there too.
Okay.
Wait, the one from the 70s, though, not the Nick Cage one. We'll get to the Nick Cage one eventually.
I was going to say,
because you should probably also see the Nick Cage one because it's Nick Cage.
Because the Nick Cage one is like bees, right?
Yeah.
Bees. Yeah.
It's horrible. the one from the 70s is good. The one from But in saying that, you should also see it because it's just you know how sometimes everything's, sometimes something's so bad it's good in a way.
Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like my love life.
Oh.
My past love life, I should say.
Okay. After dark, everyone.
The bakery after dark. Pandecolima presents.
Yeah. We get into some spicy topics on here sometimes, but I don't think we're ever going to do like the kind of stream Tony does. I'd be way too awkward and embarrassed to talk about all the crazy like sexual stuff they talk about in those after dark streams. I couldn't do it. I couldn't even say most of the words. So I wouldn't be able to do it. What?
So much fun for me to say the words, and then you go no.
Yeah, you enjoyed that the last time. You were like,
Yes.
oh my god, you were like saying all the words like just because you knew I'd be embarrassed, and then Doug came in and we were talking about all this right in the middle of it. Doug just pops in the chat. Doug Hughes. Oh, I was so embarrassed.
That's all medical terminology, Julie.
I know it's ridiculous. I know it's completely ridiculous. Maybe I'll get over it one day. But anyway, so I'm trying to get through the comments quick so I can catch up and we can get started here. So
I have a question before you start the Duster once you get the chat done.
Okay.
And it's about Duster. It's on topic.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, okay, let's get through the chat real quick. Steve is hilarious. I don't know if Steve is partaking in anything tonight that like sometimes Steve says like, what did he say? What did he say? Like he took some edibles one night, so he was like, extra like goofy or like off the wall, saying off the wall things. And I was like, hey, no, feel free. It's hilarious. Keep going. I think it was edibles that he said. He said, I'm just gonna put you all down as a maybe for the virgin chicken summoning. It's like, okay, good. He's like, okay, good, because full disclosure, I had already purchased said chicken. They have a pretty ironclad no return policy, so I was starting to think I bought this thing for nothing. Steve, you are hilarious. Seriously, dude. Like, it's like, seriously, never leave us. You're so funny. Like, I'm glad that you showed up for this too, because I didn't know. Like, Steve, I think, found us because of The Last of Us lives. That's when he started popping up. So I didn't know if it was just going to be for The Last of Us. And then, yeah, we lose this awesome guy. He was like the MVP of the damn chat for the whole Last of Us series because, understandably, a lot of people were upset at the show, but at least, Steve was always there to offer like really interesting insights and commentary because he played the games and loved the games and aspects of the show. He would give a lot of really interesting insights. So he was kind of carrying me because I didn't play the games. So Steve's like, no, you don't eat the chicken, Doc. It's for the summoning ceremony. It's a virgin chicken. It's not the immaculate chickception, dude. You're on fire tonight. Oh my god, what did you have? Okay, did you have an edible? I'm curious because it's hilarious. When I took edibles, it didn't do anything for me. It just kind of gave me crazy burning pain in my head and made me kind of story walk around the apartment too, and like find myself in places I didn't know how I got there. So I don't partake anymore. I gave up on that. It didn't work for me. I didn't get a good result. Muncher Ledger is like, so was it 12:35 a.m. start time on planet Earth or not? Sorry, Muncher Ledger.
Julie B had to go back to her home planet for a little while. She came back. That's fine.
Yeah, she had the story walk to Planet Duster.
Yeah. So, sorry, Muncher Luncher, that he's always like, I was promised a 10:30 start time. Or
he's gonna learn no promises,
Sorry, but no promises on start times with me. I'm afraid. I'm sorry, but I do the best I can. But I appreciate how supportive you are, Muncher Luncher, and still showing up and hanging out with us. You're awesome. And he's like, when I turned on the intro, he's like, bro, they got the Dusty Kids singing. It's amazing. Mr. Grant Gregory AI made that for me. He's phenomenal. He is a master at making things like this. It's unbelievable. So if you're not following his channel, check it out. In the description of this video, I have his channel link, Mr. Grant Gregory AI. So check out his channel. He makes really cool videos. and subscribe to it. He's been on here a lot too. He's been on our panel, and he's such a good friend for making me that. So, and for all kinds of other support he's offered me and stuff. So, yeah, check out his channel if you haven't. Randall looking like bootleg Eminem. I haven't heard that one before. In the intro, Randall. I mean, mostly bootleg Chris Evans or dime store Chris Evans. There is a resemblance, I have to say. There is. Dieter said, "Hey Julie, looking forward to hearing your voice." I'm sorry. For whatever you're dealing with, I'm sorry. It's been an emotional 24 hours, so I hope this helps. Good to hear your voice. Well, good to see you in the chat, my friend. And thank you for holding it down here while I was out walking and trying to take care of myself. Literally right up until I started this live, I was walking outside in the dark because my treadmill is broken.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
At least it's warm.
At least it's warm now. It was mild out there.
It was like 90 here.
Oh, geez, it's not like that here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's been beautiful. I've had to walk outside 3 times I have to do 3 walks a day to tolerate and manage my pain. And it's been beautiful. I've been blessed with some great weather. It's sunny, not too warm. Like yesterday was like 60 degrees and just perfect. The day before was like 70, sunny degrees.
Wow.
Sunny.
Hotter than that.
Yeah. It's usually hotter than that here too. This is unusual for us.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. And it's actually chilly some nights when I'm out there. I've got to put on like a sweatshirt and stuff. So
yeah, but that's the thing. It's like 86 degrees and then it's 47 at night. It drops.
Jesus, that's a big drop. Yeah.
I guess that's what you do when you have a place with water all around you.
Yeah. Yeah. She's Dieter with the AI. Julie B's diving deep into Duster. I don't run from trouble. I drive straight into it. She's got Holloway fever. Like, share, and subscribe now for epic takes and live reactions. Thank you, Dieter. Yes, please hit the like button. Thanks for that reminder. Please hit the like button to help people find the stream. I didn't know what hashtags to use. I don't have enough hashtags for Duster in this description, so it's harder for people to find. It's a new show, so I tried Googling like what hashtags to use, and I only was able to find like 3 or 4. So yeah, hit the like button, please. If you haven't, that helps people find the stream in the algorithm. Miss J was in here. So she's probably already gone, but she popped in and said, "I've never heard of Duster before," and she said she was gonna check it out. Just watched the trailer. Good. I'm gonna go watch the series. Nice. Well, I hope she likes it and she can come hang out for our future streams. Every week we're gonna be covering this normally on Monday, but I just because we're covering 3 episodes, I just needed more time. So normally I don't like doing lives 2 nights in a row. I need a day to recover, but in this case, made an exception. Next week, we'll be doing these every Monday. Right now, I'm going to say 10:30 p.m. I am going to be working toward a goal of starting at 10, though, for real, and not being late. So, but right now, I'm going to say 10:30 on Mondays, Eastern time. So anyway, AA stopped in to say hi. Haven't seen this show. I hope more people check it out. And if anybody out there listening, if you need a way to watch the show and you don't have HBO,
come to the watch party. Wink.
Yeah. So join the Discord if you're not in there. So the Discord link is in the description of the video. I do watch parties. I'm going to be doing a watch party for the new episode every week when it drops. I'm going to start doing it when it drops, I think, which I think is Thursdays at midnight. And also, if anybody needs a way to watch it and you don't have a way to watch it, just join the Discord and, post in the Duster channel or send me a DM. And let's just say I can help you out. I'll help you out. I'll find a way to make sure you can watch the show so you can hang out, and because it's a really fun show, it really is. So like even if it's like I can set up a watch party and just stream it for you, or there are other ways. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a really enjoyable show. I highly recommend it. So it's not a mystery show per se, but there's a mystery to it as to like, okay, is this mob boss guilty of what the FBI agent thinks he is? Like, is he really guilty of ordering the hit on the lead character's brother, Jim's brother? So there's definitely a mystery element to it. And that's so sweet, AA. Just here to support Julie. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. Thank you. The community's the best. Are we still doing the Handmaid's Tale live about the finale, or did I miss it? I had kind of forgotten about that. If I said I was going to do a live for that, I can still do one. It aired over a week ago. I don't know how many people would show up. It might just be you. I did do a live last week covering Handmaid's Tale, but I think you missed the notification or something. I did do a live discussing. Yeah, come to think of it, no, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I did. Was I talking about the finale? Was it the finale I was breaking down, or was it the episode before? I can't remember. No, I think I broke down the finale. I think I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could maybe do another one though. Like I could fit one in sometime soon and discuss it. Yeah. Like
I'm sure
yeah.
everybody would appreciate you doing that. You just have to find the time, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could probably do that. Not a super long one, but like just a little live to discuss this amazing series. And yeah, we'll figure it out, and I'll put out I'll schedule it. If I do it, I'll schedule it well ahead of time, and hopefully you'll hear about it and see the notification the next time. Probably not this week, but next week. I think I could do one next week. Okay, I already highlighted that. Dieter said, hey, Carl, Mr. Sexy Voice Guy.
It's like, hello, everybody.
Yeah. Dieter's secure in himself. You know, he's not afraid to compliment the dudes. You know, that's cool.
Yeah, Dieter's the GOAT.
Yes, he is. He is. Got that title for a reason. He said, "I'll say Carl from now on." Yeah. Are you cool with that? You can like.
Yeah, he can call me whatever he wants.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
Bromance.
Bromance. We got a bromance here. Yes. So yeah. But yeah. Yeah. So his name is Carl. Like you guys can call him Panda for short in the chat. You know. So it's a little less of a mouthful. And yeah, he'll be joining these Duster lives. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. And wait, I already highlighted that. What am I doing? Samuel here said, just because he blew some people away doesn't mean he took out Joey. Right, exactly, Samuel. He's somebody who's really into this series and has been joining the watch party. I appreciate and in our Discord and that's right. So like we shouldn't just assume. At first I was just assuming, yeah, Sax definitely ordered the hit on Joey, which Joey is Jim's brother. Jim is the protagonist. It doesn't mean he did it. We're going to go over some stuff. There are some hints that it's possible he didn't do it. It's tricky. So yeah, it's interesting. Like I like that there's kind of a mysterious element to it, and we can try to like look at his behavior and evaluate what he says and try and decide what we think. Like, did he do it or not? I love, anything that kind of keeps you guessing like that. Oh, what is this? Carl, we've got a second Carl here. Hold on. Okay, hold
I think
on.
I accidentally backed out. Whoa.
There were two of you for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Maybe one of each. One for each of you guys, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
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 God. So, what happened there?
I obviously pushed the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Hey, it's
No,
it's awkward, just like my first time. Okay, so let's.
I'll be here all night. Try the veal. Is this where we're going?
Oh yeah, pretty much. Tip your waitress.
Nah, don't worry about it. Hey, we have loads and loads of experience doing this, many hours of live streams. I mean, we've only been doing this since September, but we've logged many hours of live streams, and we have technical difficulties all the time. So
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. I don't feel so alone.
no, you're not. It's just, believe me. You see me get kicked off my own lives all the time, and have to get back on. So it
Right.
happens.
Right.
It happens. People
Then
and
it's,
people actually,
then it's the Scarlet Show, and everybody loves that.
yeah. Then it's welcome to Scarlet Deep Dives or Scarlet M Deep
Oh.
Dives.
Yeah.
It's a singing, dancing extravaganza.
It's propellers everywhere.
Oh yes, you can't sing
Yeah.
for the propellers.
Yeah, and like in the last live, the JH Review joined, which is really awesome. If you guys haven't checked out his channel, the JH Review, he covered From season 3, and he's still doing. He's going to start doing content for it again. Joining my stream kind of his creative juices flowing, and so he was like now, kind of motivated to get back to working on some From content again. So and he was awesome. His name is Justin, but his channel is the JH Review. And at one point I dropped off the stream, and it was the JH the Justin B Deep Dives or whatever. Welcome to Justin Deep Dives, or I forget what they said. It was just him for a minute. God, I've done that to a bunch of people. It happened with Doug once. Doug was the only one. Welcome to Douglas E Deep Dives.
I just remember one time I happened on Severance, so I just came up with Cure songs, sang a bunch of Cure related.
Yeah.
From the show, some I just made up.
Yeah. So it's fun, actually. Like people find it funny, and it winds up just we laugh about it. So technical difficulties can actually wind up being fun, as long as it doesn't happen like when if we get somebody from like the cast of From, like a new person who we've never had on the thing, then I really don't want that to happen. That's when it wouldn't be funny. But
yeah, that would be weird, huh? Elgin Deep Dives.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, Victor V Deep Dives, or yeah, because eventually Scott McClure did say that he wants to come on this channel. It's just that I think he's just too busy right now. But I really believe it is gonna happen before season 4. So maybe after they're done filming, when they're starting to do like promotional stuff again. I definitely, Scott said he would do an interview, so we'll have him on here, and I'm gonna have to make sure like I iron out any possible technical issues so that does not happen with him. That would be a disaster. Anyway, Steve said the comments being gone might be a good thing in my case. No, you're hilarious, Steve. We love your comments. Zach's popped in.
It just made me want wontons.
Okay, yeah.
I was talking about Wonton Wednesday.
Indeed.
What are you doing, Carl?
Who, me?
Your mic, man.
Oh, sorry.
Making a cocktail? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah,
it's after dark.
Yeah, I'm
get
trying
my
to
cocktail set out.
Exactly. I'm trying to get into the duster mood. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So Zach's popped in the chat, and Zax is awesome. He's he's an amazing content creator too. He's such a nice guy. I met him through Nadia's channel, Horror with Nods. That's her channel. And he collaborates with her on stuff like the Stranger Things rewatch. And Zax has his own channel too. So yeah, and he covers different TV shows and stuff. So and collaborates with other awesome YouTubers. So if you haven't checked out Zax's channel, I highly recommend checking him out. And he's been so supportive. Zax is the one who raided the chat a bunch of times and sent a bunch of people over here, which is so kind of him. That's how we found Scott, actually. One of the awesome mods here. Scott was one of the raiders, and then he just stayed. He became a regular and a mod. So anyway, he said, I'm dodging spoilers. Should I watch Duster? Oh, a hell yes. That would be a hell yes. I'm sure he's not here now, so he's got to avoid spoilers. But yeah, it's an awesome show. Hello, Trace. Nice to see you. So Steve explained the name. He said it's a play on Newton's flaming laser sword that states that if a proposition cannot be tested or settled by experiment or observation, it is not worth debating. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's a very esoteric name to pick. I like it.
Right. I guess if it can't be tested, it becomes like a philosophical fan fiction or something, huh?
Yeah. Sounds like it. So Samuel said about Duster, they're doing a lot of build up and I want to see it pay off. Me too. There's a lot of build up and I hope, and I think it will pay off. We're getting a lot of action scenes right now, a lot of fight scenes, and they're setting up a lot. And I think it's going to pay off. It's an 8-episode season. We're covering the first 3, and then episode 4 is going to be airing Thursday. I believe it's Thursday at midnight, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll do a watch party in the Discord for that. So if you want to join and watch with us, you can join the Discord if you're not already in there. Just obviously link in description of this video, and next week we'll cover episode 4, and then we'll just be doing one at a time after that. So it'll be an 8-episode season. So we're coming in late, but better late than never. He said it's a philosophical razor like Occam's razor. Oh, okay, yeah, Occam's razor. I'm familiar with that. Let's see. It's coming 2K. Been here since almost day 1. Yes, you have, Dieter. You've been here since almost day 1, and I appreciate you so much. All right, scrolling down. Let's see. Quality greater than quantity. Yeah, absolutely. So shorter streams will definitely be a better thing for me, for sure. Yeah, health is more important, Dieter. Absolutely. What's wrong with the garage sale Brad Pitt? Dude is a masterpiece. Oh yeah, Brad is, but like calling him garage sale, that makes it sound like not as good, like a crappy version of Brad Pitt. No.
Yep. No, I was just gonna say, yeah, like a Brad Pitt with like a mean scratch in it or something, something you have
I was gonna say
buff
Xerox,
out.
like a bad Xerox.
Yeah. Hi, Kelly. Kelly said, sports model Victor. I think he looks very 1970s. He does. They did a great job with that. Okay. Oh yeah, he spent 3 years in the 1970s on Lost. Spoilers for Lost. But not for me anymore, because I finally watched the season with the time travel. So that I dodged a bullet there. If I hadn't, I would have been like, oh no, that's a big spoiler for me. But hey, I can't be mad at that for a 20-year-old show. But yeah, I just watched the whole season with the time travel and really enjoyed it. It was a little messy, but I still enjoyed it, and I'm still going to keep watching Lost. If anybody wants to join in, I'm watching season 6 now, and on the weekends after our movie watch parties, we usually either that or on Sundays we watch some Lost. So season 6 is where things really get wild and you start getting some answers. So it's fun. So I got to the stripper comment. Some stripper names from me. for Dieter. The Belgian banger, the milkman, always delivers. Oh God. Dieter the pleaser, Dieter delicious, Officer Goat.
Mhm.
So now I'm coming up with other ideas when you hit $2,000.
Mm.
Get Dieter on board.
Yeah. God, the milkman one. Jesus. That's what an image.
Watch your eyes. Watch your faces.
Yeah.
Speaking of the milkman, actually, Justin from the JH Review, he has like a milkman hat because the milkman is his favorite monster on From, and he, I forget what he said he was doing. My memory is terrible. But he said he was gonna be filming something with like the monster. That's why he had the hat. It was something related to the monsters and making some kind of From related video. I don't
Yeah,
know what it.
wasn't he doing like wasn't he saying he was gonna do almost like skits as he's doing like a rewatch or something like that? That's what I think I remember.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, you have a much better memory than me. Thank you, because I can't remember. That helps. So yeah, because like I'm interested in what people are saying. It's not that I'm not paying attention, but when I'm in severe pain all the time, and at that point in the live, my pain had spiked really bad, so it's harder to focus and remember stuff from that. But yeah, I loved his milkman hat. It was awesome. It was hilarious, and actually, maybe we can get him if he's available. But he could hop on Friday when we're talking about the monsters, since he loves the milkman monster so much. Steve,
Yeah, that'd be cool.
right, yeah. Steve said, "I've been here since your very first stream." Wow. Oh my God. Were you a lurker? Because I mean, I have a pretty good, I know my memory is not great, but I have a pretty good memory for usernames that I'm familiar with, like regulars. Unless you changed your name so it wasn't Steve anything. I know I would have remembered you. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you so much for the support. That's amazing. I've done a lot of streams. I know it hasn't been a long time, but back in September, it's been quite a while, and I've done a lot of them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you've had a lot of great lurkers in the history of your channel, Julie.
Indeed, I have, you being one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. You I'm really glad you popped in out of the bushes, like you know, and just became so amazing and immediately so supportive of me and this channel. So I'm really glad that you stopped lurking. I mean, I love and appreciate everybody. I'm so appreciative of all the lurkers, anyone who just wants to listen and doesn't want to chat. But it is really cool when a lurker, becomes a chatter, and with you, it's just, it's amazing. So,
Well, thank
it
you.
was,
It's because of you. I've told you that before. It's what you've created. I think brings people that probably would have been lurkers forever. They want to say hello to you. They want to support you and stuff. So that's for sure where I'm coming from.
aw, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I'm really glad that you came out of the bushes, and it felt like you'd been there all along, just immediately, just fit right in. So let's see. Okay, so Dieter already found like a shit ton more hashtags that I can use. Thank you. I'll have to add those later. That's awesome. Let me see. I'm going to take a screenshot of all this. I'll take a screenshot so I can add those later. Thank you for that. Okay, screenshot. Thank you so much, Dieter. Always on top of things. The unpaid manager. Amazing. It's essentially what he is. So anyway, okay, let's keep on moving here. Thank you for dropping the link to Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. Dieter dropped the link in there. It's also in the description of the video. He made my intro/outro video. Hey there, still the sage. Julie Deets and Scarlet. Hey, hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. Hey, Knox. Nice to see you. Stopping in to say hi. We got a new show, eh? Yeah, Knox actually, he's got one of my, he rocks one of my Julie B Deep Dives Severance shirts, which is really cool. There's a lady on Etsy who did a giveaway for us, and she created a scary number shirt with my channel name on it, and Knox got one, and actually I think that he's wearing it there in that profile pic, which is awesome. That's so cool. Nice to see you. And let's see. Okay, where was I? Almost caught up now. Kelly said I would be in for the Handmaid's finale, Handmaid's Tale finale. Okay, all right. I think you know what the problem was. I did kind of break it down, but it was after Alive with Doug. So the thumbnail was a story time with Doug thumbnail, and so I think people missed it. I had the Handmaid's Tale in the title, but I think if I just do one that's just strictly Handmaid's Tale and I promote it, maybe more people will be there. So we'll do that.
You know what, Julie? Wasn't that the one where you said you were gonna touch on it at the end, and you thought you weren't, but then your stream went on so long that you did?
And I encouraged her actually.
yeah. I think it was something like that. At least
she got
what I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right, actually.
Well, I just started talking to you about it, but then you got excited to want to talk about it.
Yeah. So I started talking about it because you got me going. Once I get going on that, it's hard to stop. But then there was another. That was one, but there was another one where I actually did go into a longer breakdown. I think of the finale, if I'm remembering right. But I can do it again, and we can just talk about the whole, like the series as a whole, and everything that happened, the whole journey. So I can do that. We can plan one for next week.
That'll be a lot, like 6 seasons.
Well, yeah, we will be diving deep into 6 seasons, but just kind of looking back over the journey as a whole. Yeah, we can do that. I remember that if we did try to deep dive into 6 seasons, we forget 24-hour live. We'd be here for days. I remember Josh Holloway name from Lost. Yes, that was Sawyer. Indeed, that was him. So okay, almost caught up here. I love this shirt. You're so cool. Thank you so much. So it's so cool to think that my channel name is on a shirt that people can wear. It's awesome. Maybe one day, I'll have my own merch, like Dieter said. That would be awesome. But for now, this was neat, and we gave away one of those shirts too. We did a giveaway, so at least 2 people have one. Actually, no, at least 3 because Dieter has one too. Dieter dropped the link to JH Reviews channel. Thank you so much. Definitely check that out. He is so entertaining and funny. He has this soundboard with all kinds of sound effects and sound bites just at the push of a button. So it's great. Like, it's so entertaining and interesting to watch. He's really cool. Oh, thank you, Dieter. I would love to interview more actors. Thank you. The agents are kind of being resistant to saying yes to me. I have been trying, and I haven't gotten any yeses, but hopefully when the season gets closer, maybe I'll have more luck with it. I'm not going to give up. He's like, I was in the middle of making soup dumplings, but that doesn't go with Wednesdays, so I made it Wonton Wednesday, just alliteration's sake. I like alliteration, Steve. Yeah, that's, I was a writing major, so I like some alliteration myself. Dieter dropped the link to Zax's channel. Thank you for that. Good friend Zax, who rated my chat a bunch of times. That's such a cool guy. Always so kind to me. Let's see. Guess I need to start watching this show then. Yeah, Dieter. You should. You'd really like it. I think you watched some of it with us. Samuel says Mad Raoul is going to be pissed. Sax is going to be pissed. The cops are going to be pissed because of sunglasses. And now this DC guy. Yeah, things are getting messy. Mad Raoul. Yeah, Sax. We're going to get into all that. We're almost done here with that. Mad Raoul is like a Mexican mob boss and sounds scary as hell. Like you literally have to sign your name in blood, your own blood to sign a contract with him. It's like signing a deal with the freaking devil, like Satan. Scary. That was creepy.
I would assume because we haven't seen that character yet. There's got to be some kind of occult sort of background to that guy if it's like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think so too. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that guy. They've got to pay that off. We've got to see Mad Raoul at some point. I was the same name before. I was the same name before changing it to this one today, but I don't think I started commenting. Oh, okay, that's why. Because I would have remembered you. I have a terrible memory for most things because of the pain condition I have and the brain fog, but I remember usernames and often profile pictures too. It just sticks in my head because I love interacting with the chat, and so I remember that. So you just weren't commenting yet until like Severance. I remember that now. Okay, well, you're awesome, Steve. Thank you so much for being here since day one and sticking around and yeah, and another person who another awesome person coming out of the bushes from lurker to commenters. That's awesome. But hey, those of you out there listening who just want to listen or can't chat because you're working or whatever, I appreciate all of you. It's all of it helps and supports me and my channel. So, and our live streams. So we appreciate all the lurkers. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm scrolling down. I think we're caught up now. So let's get started.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, it seems like this Duster show just came out of nowhere. Does anybody know any of the history of the show? And because you guys have watched Lost and other things, I didn't know if there was like a history of the show being made or an inspiration for the show or any background history on the show.
What do you mean? Like based on something else or like some kind of source material, or what do you mean?
Like, you know how like John Griffin has the story of the Man in Yellow and all that, the guy danced by the side of the road. I didn't know if maybe the creators of this show had a similar like background story, because I've read absolutely nothing on this show. It just came out of nowhere. It was just here, and I didn't know if it was like, you know, how long it took to be made. I didn't know if it was like in production for a while or it just all suddenly got made. It's a mystery wrapped in an enigma, is what I'm saying.
I think I heard. Yeah, I love that quote. By the way, that I forget who said that. That's part of a quote from somebody.
Yes, it is.
I heard something. I forget where I heard it. It was something about like I think they did have some difficulty, and it took some time before this actually happened. I think like I heard like I saw a clip of Josh Holloway talking about how he signed on for this, and it took a long time before they managed to make it actually happen. He was starting to think it wasn't going to happen. That's the only thing I heard.
Okay.
And I forget what the details were, but yeah, there isn't a lot out there really about it. It just really did kind of come out of nowhere, like you said. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, if Samuel out there, if you're still there, Samuel is a huge fan of the show. If you have any info, you know, enlighten us, because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that's a good question. I should do more background research on like stuff like this. You know, like
I probably should have before it started, but now I'm in too deep.
Yeah, it's all right.
I mean, get a little paragraph prepared. Oh, this started production in this year, and you know, the creators are inspired by this, and you know, we're hoping to get this actor in here.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, we can always talk about that in future streams, and Like I know, like Josh was just so happy. As he said, he was just so happy to get the call from J.J. Abrams, offering this role to him. Like it wasn't. I mean, he doesn't have to audition for anything at this point. Like he's at a point where like he'll just get offers, and J.J. Abrams wanted Josh Holloway for this role. Like it was really a role basically made for him.
Yeah.
And it's very much, he's a lot like Sawyer on Lost. He really is. And people loved that. So why not make him the star of another J.J. Abrams series? But it's not, I'm not saying like they're copying the Sawyer character, but there are strong elements of his personality. And I don't see that as a bad thing. I think it's great. Like I didn't like how Lost started. The thing I didn't like about later seasons of Lost is that the cast got so much bigger and the story got kind of split into segments. So there would be one episode, you'd only see a small group of the characters and you wouldn't see any of the others anymore. You'd go several episodes without seeing Sawyer or seeing Kate or whatever. So I didn't like that as much. So if you have like a favorite character, you would see way less of them. I mean, I still love the show, but that's a drawback. And now my favorite character on Lost, he's the star of the show. And he's a similar personality. That's great as far as I'm concerned. I love it. And Josh has done some other shows. He was on some show that I heard was good, but it got canceled. He was the star of, what the hell was it? Colony, I think.
Colony.
Yeah.
I heard it was good, but it didn't make it long, unfortunately.
Sci-fi kind of show.
Yeah. Yep. But I think this one's going to take off. It's got last I checked, now this is not an indicator that it's going to make it, but it is a good sign. It has a 92% fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Now, take that with a grain of salt, because the critics also loved The Last of Us 2. And on the strength of those reviews, almost 100% positive, HBO renewed it for season 3 before the series even premiered its new season. And the viewers hated it. So, it doesn't really dictate whether or not the fans are going to like it just because the critics love Duster. But I think it's going to make it. I really think it's going to take off and do well. I can see this going more than one season and getting renewed. Samuel.
This is a pretty cool. This is a pretty cool romp. There's no reason that this show shouldn't be renewed. I don't think it's written well and it's acted well.
I agree. So Samuel said Josh Holloway has spoken publicly about a hard 7 years where he was out of work. Yes, I remember that now. Thank you for that. Jogged my memory. Yep. I heard him say that in an interview. Yep. So that's awesome for him. He's a fantastic actor. He's not just, he was always, the sexy guy on Lost and stuff, but he's not just a pretty face. He's an amazing actor. He's got depth. Like Sawyer had so much depth. He's capable of really emoting, like emotional scenes. Like I just watched an incredible scene with him, and I won't spoil anything about Lost, but with him and Juliet, and he had to show like gut-wrenching emotion, and it was amazing. And he's also phenomenal at like being angry and intense. So yeah, I'm happy for him that he got this role. Steve said, I loved Colony. Yeah. I want to check it out. It just sucks knowing it got canceled. Riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma is a famous quote by Winston Churchill used to describe something extremely difficult to understand or predict. He used it to describe the Soviet Union. Oh, that's right. I forgot who said it. Yep.
I usually mix it up. I usually say mystery inside enigma inside, let's say, faraway tree, or a mystery wrapped in enigma wrapped in banana leaf.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do that tonight.
Or
I usually try to mix it up.
Or wrapped in a burrito, maybe.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. So yeah, I love that quote. I love that quote, and That's basically like From. You could use that to describe From easily. So, all right, I'm gonna pull up the images here so we can start talking about the episodes. And let's see, Scarlet, you just let me know when you're ready to go to bed. I know it's
I'm
really
gonna
late.
hit it at about 3. I'm gonna go 3 a.m.
Okay.
I do believe.
All right.
And I haven't watched episodes 2 or 3, so that'll probably be a good time.
Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, that's great. And yeah, you need to get your rest. You've been really busy these days, and you must be beat. So the first episode starts with this brand new FBI agent right out of what do they call it, Quantico, where they train the FBI agents. I think it's called Quantico, right?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
That's what
Yeah.
Criminal Minds is.
No, yeah, Quantico is where they train it.
Huh?
But by the way, Steven, Childhood's End is great. It's really great.
Oh,
The series
okay.
and the book.
Yeah.
And the David Bowie song that's based on is also great.
I saw in the chat he said that Colony reminded him of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've never heard of it, so
Yeah, there was a mini series
maybe I'll
based on it.
add
too.
that to the list if I
That's
can
good.
find it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So this FBI agent named Nina, I love her. I love this character. She's awesome. She's a brand new FBI agent. She's just out of Quantico, and she's up against sexism and racism in the 70s. She's such a likable character. I really like her. There's just something you immediately take a liking to. She's really brave and tough to stand up against all of this sexism and racism. And also, this job is tough enough as it is, what she's doing. Being an FBI agent and, requesting such a difficult where this takes place. And she specifically wants to investigate Saxton, his crime syndicate down there, and that's a huge task to take on for anybody. And on top of it, she has to battle sexism and racism left and right. So you just have to root for a character like that. It's easy to root for someone like her, and she's so likable in general, and tough, and doesn't shy away from a challenge. Don't you think, Scarlet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I really like this. I really like the actress that plays her.
Yeah. What, Carl?
I was gonna say, yeah, she's like, starting.
Carl,
off
were you
as
gonna
an
say
underdog.
something?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Right. Yeah, I
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Oh, okay. What I was saying is that she's starting off as the underdog, and obviously a lot of people like the underdog. Like you said, she's having to battle not only the criminals, but she's having to battle people in her own office. And so there we are watching her be all spunky and sassy and kind of, at the end of the day, winning.
It's awesome. Of course you root for somebody like that. It's great to see. And then she has these vulnerable moments where she calls her mom, and it's just really sweet. She calls her mama, and she talks about what she's dealing with, and her mama gives her advice, and it's so sweet. She's adorable. I just love her. And she's adorable, but she's also tough when she needs to be. She's really tough. Hey, David Agiel, nice to see you. Yes, another show, David. It's we're covering Duster, and so if you haven't seen it, it's on HBO, and I highly recommend it. It's a different kind of series than what we usually cover, but It's awesome. And if you need a way to watch it, just hit me up. Anybody out there, you need a way to watch it, you don't have HBO, hit me up in the Discord. I can always, do another watch party and just stream all the episodes for you, or hook you up another way. So just join the Discord if you have any issues and you want to check out this show, because we're going to be covering it now every week, along with the From Rewatch, of course. This is just going to be replacing The Last of Us, because that's over now. And anyway, so let's see. Oh yeah. Oh, there's a great twist ending to. Oh, Steve said Childhood's End miniseries might be a good show for the live stream. Great twist ending. I love twist endings. You got me. That's all you had to say. I'm sold. Nice. That's why I love the Twilight Zone. That's why. Well, that's one reason why. The Twilight Zone is my favorite series of all time, and it was known for the twist endings. It basically pioneered the television twist endings. So that's on my list, and we can do a watch party and then a stream on it. What was that?
Oh no, Twilight Zone, absolutely. Top 2, top 3, and I know it's number 1 for you. Great show.
Oh, absolutely. We're also going to do watch parties for the Twilight Zone too in the near future in the Discord, and most likely do like a live stream about it, and discuss it. I know our friend Lori from Real Cinema Therapy with her channel. She's talked to me about it. She really wants to collab on it, on something like that, and I think it would be fun. So we're gonna do that soon. Anyway, so yeah, David, it's a really enjoyable series, seriously. Dieter, you got I think you'll enjoy it. I do. It's amazing. It's a classic. So yeah, maybe on the weekend we can show some Twilight Zone episodes. I want to do a watch party where we show episodes that are as similar, like the most similar to From, and I have a whole list for that. So that would be great. And then we'll do another one that's just like some of the greatest episodes in general. Let's see. Anyway.
I was also going to say something about Steven's comment about Dark Winds. I agree. I mean, I know you don't watch Dark Winds, but I agree with his statement. The dynamic between characters is similar. It's a good show.
What? Oh, I didn't
Dark
see
Winds.
that. Mm-hmm. Dark Winds. Is that a current show or?
Yeah, it was a current show. It had a season.
Is that current or is that
not too long ago? I think there's a delay or something, Julie.
Yeah, it seems like there is a delay. I don't know. It seems like there's a slight delay for you and for Carl. So I don't know what's going on. Is it if it's me or if it's just StreamYard being weird for all of us?
Yeah, it was a sudden.
So. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to do Dark
StreamYard
Winds,
is
but
being...
I didn't feel like there was any enthusiasm to do it. Now I think I might be changing my mind.
Yeah, I've never even heard of it, so I just put it on my list to check out.
Yes, I have been reading your diary.
Did someone say that?
I'm reading your secrets. It has one of the guys from one of the actors from Westworld too, so I'm always a fan. I'm a fan of Westworld actors.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I've heard that. That's another show I need to check out too. So, all right. So Nina, the FBI agent, she requests. So like she's being really ballsy because she's a brand new recruit, and they're like, you're brand new. Like we tell you where you're gonna go, where you're gonna be assigned. Like you don't get to just pick. But she's, pushing to be sent to Phoenix to investigate Saxton's crime syndicate. And And at first they were going to send her. Well, I think no, that's later. They basically tell her, well, you know, they say a bunch of racist and sexist things to her and stuff, I think, but like ultimately they agree to do this because it just so happens that there's an opening there. So she gets lucky. Kind of a long shot, not really realistic in real life, but I'll take it because I mean, this is literally the guy who ordered a hit on her father, and she manages, of all the places in the country, she manages to get that position she requested because there happens to be an opening there. But, you know, with this show, I don't think all of it is meant to be taken completely seriously. It's, you got to kind of suspend your disbelief. It's not 100% realism. It's more about entertainment value, and it has a great story, but certain things you have to suspend your disbelief on a bit. That's all. Let's see. So okay. Let me go back. So like she gets it. Here's this guy is Ezra Saxton. He's been, you know, a mob boss for quite a long time, and they've struggled to take him down, and no one has ever been able to do it. Like the last guy who tried wound up in a mental institution out of his mind. And so there's kind of a mystery as to like what the hell caused that. Well, that comes up more a bit later. But yeah, no one's been able to take him down, and it seems kind of like an impossible task, and this brand new recruit is requesting it. But it's personal to her, and she's smart as hell and tough. So she gets her wish. She gets to sign there, and then we come to you know, we've got this dusty old payphone in the, it looks like in the middle of the desert. Jim's using the payphone, and then he's driving around with his little niece. And this is another thing that I had to, like, as I'm watching this, I can be kind of a stickler for realism, and so I'm like, come on, what mob driver would be driving around with his little niece in the car? You're putting her at risk, man. She's a little girl, and you're driving around. He literally, it's like take your niece to work day in the freaking mob, and he's literally doing mob related work with his niece in the car. But I mean, hey, I can look past it. It's super cute. They have an adorable relationship. And so whatever. So it's not realistic. Yeah, he's putting her at risk, but it's adorable and whatever. It's so cute. He calls her Peanut. Her real name is Luna. Pretty name. Okay, my cat was making a big ruckus trying to get in my room. Now she wants to get out and making noise. So, oh, okay, come on. Oh, hold on. Sorry, just a sec. I have to open my door. Cat. There you go. Jeez. Anyway, Jim's got dog tags hanging up on the rear view mirror here, and one of them is actually from his brother who died, Joey, and he served in Vietnam. And there's this fake story as to how he actually died and a cover up. So there's a big mystery as to like what actually happened to him. You know, the cover up story is that like I think that he died in Vietnam, if I'm remembering correctly, but that's not what happened at all. Hold on, wait, I just heard something in StreamYard. Oh, Scarlet dropped off, and now she's back. I can add you. My StreamYard's a little slow. Okay, and we're back.
I just wanted to
Were
see
you
if it
looking
helped
something up, Scarlet?
if it helped with the delay. No, I
Oh,
went out,
okay.
I went out to see about the delay, but then I left a comment because I like the movie Resolution. So there we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So Yeah, now it seems like there's no delay, so that's good. And what Samuel said, niece or secret dad. Ooh. Huh. Saying they think he could be her dad. You know, it never occurred to me, but I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. He seems to have a little bit of chemistry. Well, I mean, this guy has chemistry with everybody. Let's be real. He oozes charisma, but he does seem to have some chemistry with Luna's mother, his brother's partner. I don't know if they were married or what, but his brother's partner, who his brother died, and yeah, I don't know, maybe, who knows? Could be his daughter. It's possible, but they're really close. And anyway, based on his interactions with his father, it seems Jim grew up in a family of criminals. Absolutely, yeah. So it's probably commonplace for him to have his niece there because his dad probably did similar things with him and his brother. Yep, Steve. That makes sense because his father is like basically a retired criminal, and he definitely did some crazy crap. I think, to me, it sounds like his father worked for Sachs, but like, does the mob let you retire when you get old? Is that how it works? Like, they just, because he's retired now. Once you're in the mob, like, you're stuck. Like, you can't just leave whenever, but maybe when you get old, they let you retire.
You get a little certificate and a watch.
Maybe. Like, because his dad is retired and he referred to Sachs as family. So it sounds like he worked for him too. And he's definitely it was a career criminal, retired. And I love his interactions with his dad too. Like, it's funny. His dad is funny. Oh my god, his stepmother is hilarious.
Yeah.
She's so fucking funny. We'll get there, but like,
yes,
she's such a witch. To like she's got his father completely whipped, and like, she hates Jim. She's insisting that he call before he comes over. Like, this is his dad's house. Why should he have to call before he shows up? She can't stand him there, and he can't stand her. Their interactions are hilarious. I think the funniest line was when she was like, like something like, get lost, fucko, or she called him fucko. I loved it. She dresses like really like vampy and sexy, but she's like an older woman. She's got like a feather boa. We'll get to that, but
yeah. I was gonna reference that, but I thought we could just get.
Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah,
I've seen that part.
Yeah, isn't that great? I think that's so funny. I enjoyed those scenes. Anyway, yes, Holloway is aging gracefully, but still making me feel old. Yeah, David, it's he's aging gracefully, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. Has it been really that long since Lost went off the air? And Holloway is 55 now, and it's weird. It seems like Lost was just, well, I mean, it was on when I was in high school and stuff, but it doesn't seem like it's been that long. Steve said, Scarlet, I haven't, but I'll look it up because I'm starving for new shows and movies. Thanks for the recommendation. Which one was that? The Dark Winds?
Well, we're talking about the one of the actors from Dark Winds. He's also in Resolution, but then when you watch Resolution, you also want to watch The Endless, and after you watch The Endless, you also want to watch like Spring and Psychotronic and all those movies. So there's like a cluster of movies. I kind of feel bad because they are very Lovecraftian in nature, and I was at a steampunk con where people were recommending indie films that were Lovecraftian, and I never mentioned these films. And that was weird because they're always on my mind.
Okay, yeah. Huh. Well, I've got to see The Endless. You've talked about The Endless so much, and I love the concept.
Love The Endless. It's one of my favorite films. It's got to
I
be in the
have
top 5.
I have to do a watch party in there for the Endless. I've got to check it out. You've talked about it so
But
much.
you got to watch Resolution, then watch Endless, though, because they're kind of companion films.
Oh, so watch Resolution first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right.
You
I'm
can
adding
even
that.
throw Spring in there. That's another one is Spring. It could be like a little trilogy, but you definitely want to watch Resolution than watch Endless.
Okay, and then Spring after that.
Yeah, you could put Spring in there, or you could watch it in between. A palate
Okay,
cleanser.
all right. I just added all of those.
It's a
Where?
horror rom-com.
Oh,
It's a
interesting mix.
Lovecraftian rom-com, everyone.
Interesting mix of genres.
Yeah.
I like things that mix it up like that.
Oh, yeah.
Steve said, "Yeah, that's definitely his daughter." Oh wow, you think that Luna's his daughter? They do have
Yeah,
a real,
I got that impression. I got that impression.
huh? Okay, that didn't occur to me, but
Because
he has a
didn't
very close relationship with her, huh?
because didn't the Jim character say something to the mom like we can't let her know or something like that? Like when he drops her off, like we can't tell her that. But I don't remember what it was about. I don't know if
Oh,
it's about his brother how his brother died or something else.
yeah, I don't recall that. Yeah, I don't know. If anyone in the chat remembers that, let us know. Because I don't. Yeah, that doesn't ring any bells for me. But interesting. Yeah, so he does seem to have like some chemistry going with Luna's mother. Like they definitely care about each other. It could be nothing, but yeah, I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be paying closer attention now and see if I can spot clues as to that. It's interesting. Um, Steve had said certificate and a watch, but a high is available upon request for retirement. Um, I'm trying to highlight comments, but StreamYard is a little bit slow. Sorry. Samuel said retirement for that life, but it's pretty rare. Okay. Yeah. I haven't, full disclosure, I haven't watched a lot of things involving the mafia, the mob, whatever. Like, I haven't watched like, any mob related movies. They're on my list. I'm going to be watching like Goodfellas, anything with Joe Pesci. I don't know if I'm really interested in watching The Godfather. I know a lot of people love it, but I don't know. Maybe. But I haven't seen a lot of things involving the mob. I'm gonna be honest. My main thing that I've watched, the only thing before this that I watched involving the mob was a guilty pleasure, which was General Hospital, the soap opera. I'm not gonna lie. I was hooked on it for several years, actually, for quite a while. I watched it, and that's a commitment. Soaps are on 5 days a week. I watched it every day. And it's even though it's called General Hospital, you would think, okay, it's set in a hospital. It's the main plot lines are really centered around a mobster and his enforcer, and like that all of their drama around that. So that's how I learned like a lot about how this kind of stuff works. But I don't have as much knowledge as like a lot of people on this stuff because I haven't watched the movies, classic mob movies. But anyway, let's see. You have to sever ties, run away, or be terminally ill or something. Yeah, like once you're in the mob, that's it. You're in. That's it. I know that for sure.
My question
Um,
would be, are they
mhm.
in the mob or are they specialists? Is his father a specialist that kind of comes in and does jobs and steps away? Or is he like when he said he's family, are they in the family?
Hmm. Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I don't know. See, you know more than me about that kind of stuff. Um, you've seen more of this genre, like mob related stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Um, but
Yeah, we'll get you to
Mal
see,
Lee, hey, sorry,
Oh,
what?
go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Hmm. No,
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 I was
no. Finish
just
what you were gonna say.
Yeah, we're just saying we'll get you to, we'll get you to watch some of these movies, Goodfellas, Casino, Godfather 1, 2, 3. That's actually a line from a movie called
That would be
Mickey Blue
great. Yeah.
Eyes. That's actually a line from a movie called Mickey Blue Eyes, which is a comedy about the mob, which is something you should check out as well.
I've heard of that actually. Yeah, and anything with Joe Pesci in it, I definitely that would be at the top of my list. I'd want to watch those first. I absolutely love Joe Pesci, and if he was funny as hell yelling gibberish swears in Home Alone because it was a family movie, I want to see him like yelling real swears in these mob movies because I just love him so much. He was always like random frack like it was a bunch of gibberish because Home Alone is PG, it's PG rated. You can't swear, but I just loved him so much. I mean, who doesn't love Joe Pesci if you've seen Home Alone? Come on. He's an icon. He's so
Yeah,
I haven't seen those movies, but I've seen clips from those movies.
yeah, his character in Casino is,
Yeah.
I think,
What was that?
really good. His character in Casino, I think, is really like top notch, Pesci gangster.
Yeah, I've heard that's amazing. I've seen clips from Casino and Goodfellas, and it looks phenomenal. I just need to see the whole movie. So yeah, those are on the list for sure. And hey there, Mel Lee. Welcome. I don't recall seeing you before, unless you changed your name. But Mel says the mom said we can't let her know, and he said relax. Okay, thank you. She calls me uncle. So yes, he is the dad. Oh, okay. She said we can't let her know. He said relax. She calls me uncle. Oh, I didn't catch that. Interesting. All right. Oh wow. That adds a whole other layer of depth to this relationship between him and this little girl. They're so sweet together too. I mean, not that uncles are not close to nieces. Uncles can be very loving, and especially when his brother died, I could see him stepping in as a father figure. But because the brother passed away tragically, and so you might develop a close relationship with your niece, but yeah, this kind of changes things even more. I mean, the stakes are higher for him because like if anything happens to him, who's going to be looking out for Luna and her mother? He gives them money. The mother says like, you don't need to give us money, but he does. He helps support them, and he wants them to be safe, obviously. So, okay. Yeah. And I just love their relationship. They're so cute. Thanks, Trace. Trace said, I love your watch parties. Yeah, I think we have fun, we plan a watch party for a specific movie, but then we wind up watching something else after. It could be another movie, it could be a TV show like the Chucky series or Lost or Fallout. You never know. Whatever people feel like watching, we kind of bounce around ideas, and then we watch more stuff after whatever movie. So I think we have a lot of fun. So yeah, join our watch parties if you haven't. Anybody out there, it's a lot of fun. And there's a chat in there. You don't have to unmute if you don't want to talk out loud, but if you want to, after watch parties, people can unmute and talk too. Steve said, I meant a hug is available upon request, but the edibles and autocorrect conspired against me. I was curious about that part of the comment. Oh, yeah, I love that line from Severance. Yeah, Steve, I had a feeling the edibles were kicking in for you tonight. Yeah, I love it. Keep the comments coming. It's great. Let's see. Oh, Kelly. Okay, you watched GH, aka General Hospital. Sunny, yes, Sunny and Jason. I just loved it. I think it's the best soap, easily the best soap on TV. It's fast moving, full of action. It's not just a bunch of people sitting around, a bunch of rich people sitting around talking too much. Like I used to love The Young and the Restless, and I watched it with my grandma, but there's too much of that. It's too slow. General Hospital is much more action packed and exciting, and yeah, Sonny Corinthos is the mob boss, and Jason is his enforcer. And it's awesome. I'm not gonna lie, it's a great show. I just got out of the habit of watching it and too much into these other things. It's too much of a time investment. I can't right now. It's 5 days a week. It's on. It's too much. The mob operates like a branch of masonry, some with biker gangs. Okay, David. Yeah. I don't know a lot about the mob, so yeah, feel free to enlighten me on stuff in the chat, guys. 8 heads in a duffel bag would be up your alley if you haven't seen it. What?
Yeah, that's a good movie.
That's one hell of a title. What the fuck? 8 heads in a duffel bag. That's a good movie, Scarlet.
Yes, I would. It doesn't get the highest ratings, but we could watch it. It'd be worth a watch.
Okay, I'm putting that on the list. 8 heads in a duffel bag. That is the craziest title. Oh my god, that's a lot crazier than even 9 bodies in a Mexican morgue, the TV show. Okay. All right, so got that on the list too. Anyway, yeah, Joe Pesci bit Macaulay Culkin's finger. That role is iconic. And he's a little dude, but sometimes
that was part of the role. That wasn't off screen.
No, yeah, he didn't do it for real. It was Kevin. It wasn't real. Yeah.
That's because he was irritated with Macaulay Culkin.
Oh man, Samuel said though it left a scar. So like maybe he did it too hard, like by accident, and actually left a scar on Macaulay's finger.
By
oh my
accident. God! Quote.
Wow, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Oh my god! Imagine having a scar on your finger from Joe Pesci biting it as a kid. Wow.
Was Joe Pesci wild. Like method? Was Joe Pesci method back then?
I don't know. Maybe. Maybe he was. Maybe he got a little too into it and locked into the role, I guess. 15,000 episodes. Wait, what? What is 15? Oh, you mean General Hospital? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
5 days a week?
All year. It doesn't go off in the summer. It is on all year long. That's a time commitment, and the actors on there do not get enough praise for how hard they work. Mm-hmm. Soap actors are some of the hardest working actors in the business, working on soaps all year long. They never get a break, and they have massive amounts of lines to learn in a short period of time. So, yeah, they deserve more props. Soaps get maligned and laughed at and stuff, but some of them are, there's some really high quality acting and storytelling, and I really think General Hospital is the best of the best. And I've watched several because my grandma introduced me to them. I used to laugh at them. I'd hear my grandma watching them and the melodrama, and my grandpa and I would be laughing in the other room about how silly it sounded to an outsider. Once you get sucked into it, it's really it gets a bad rap. Soap operas get a bad rap. I mean, yes, some of them are cheesy and stupid, but yeah, anyway. Let's see. Once Upon a Time in America is a great mob movie. Oh, never heard of that one. About kids in a Jewish slum, and the mob takes place from the 20s to the 60s.
Yeah, I didn't know the 8 Heads had 7% on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't think it does. I think it deserves a little bit better than 7%. Maybe not much, but.
Oh wow! Yeah, that sucks. That's like.
I know it was real low. I didn't know it was that low.
You don't see things quite that low pretty often. That's wild. I didn't. Oh, if Joe Pesci's in it, sign me up. Okay, I didn't know that. And also, Once Upon a Time in America, he's in that. Okay, that's like his thing, basically. Then he's kind of typecast. He was typecast as a mobster. Once Upon a Time in America. Okay. Let's see. David said they share structural similarities. in their hierarchical organization with different levels of authority and responsibility, and a reliance on secrecy, brotherhood, and rituals. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. They just have different goals. Masons emphasize moral values. Organized crime groups often prioritize profit and power above all else. Yep. 100%. Oh, Steve said I only mentioned recommended 8 heads because Julie said she wanted to hear Joe Pesci curse like a sailor. Indeed. So thank you for the recommendation. I'll watch it just for that. I don't care if it's only 7%. So moving on. So he's taking his little so-called niece on a ride, and they go up to like a fast food joint, and they're picking something up. Now, these guys, I was a little confused as to what. Maybe I missed something, but these two guys were like trying to stop this from happening. I don't know what was going on with them, but they were like following them, and I don't know. Maybe I missed something on that, but
I don't think
they're
so.
so
I
cute
think
driving around together.
I don't think you missed anything.
Mhm.
I think we just kind of didn't know when it was going on, like who these guys are and why they're trying to stop them.
Okay. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't. I thought maybe I missed something on that, but yeah, those guys were not happy. He went to the fast food joint and he picked up a bag, like, the code was he was, he was ordering some food item, but actually he was picking up a human heart from a fast food joint, a black market human heart, and he got some cinnamon chips for Luna. Hence Scarlet's avatar tonight, cinnamon chips, which I've never even heard of, but that sounds delicious. So this is again extremely unrealistic, but again, I had to suspend my disbelief because this was pretty nuts. So he gets to this place. Now, what we find out later that there's a guy here, Sax's son, who needs a heart transplant, and like he was born with some kind of congenital heart defect or something, and now he was sorely in need of a heart transplant, and I guess it had to happen really quickly, so they got a black market heart for him. Jim dropped it off, and like something happened to one of the people who was assisting in this. So this isn't a hospital either. They rented out some other place and got a bunch of hospital equipment because this is all on the down low. So he's not in a hospital. It's not a sterile environment. Someone has to step away, and they ask Jim to put gloves on and like pump the heart of the guy, reach in the guy's chest. It was a little too gory, so I didn't take a picture of it to show on here, but reach in the guy's chest and pump his heart to help with the surgeon. So he helped save Sax's son's life just then. It was not too believable, not very sterile either. He could have gotten an infection. At one point, the dude even opened his eyes. He wasn't anesthetized enough, like, to be completely unconscious. He opened his eyes, and his whole chest cavity was open. It was crazy. But anyway, Jim does it. He takes care of business. I'm gonna back out of this image tab a little bit and scroll down because I think I took screenshots of the intro, which I didn't need to do. The intro is really fun and entertaining. It's like a bunch of toy cars, a toy duster, and other cars just kind of running down the highway and bumping into each other. Hold on, my image tab is freezing. I'm going to stop sharing it for a second so I can fix it.
I do like the opening with the cars and the music. The music's good too.
Yeah, those are cool.
It's fun. It kind of like,
those are cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets you in a kind of fun, hyped up mood to watch the show. Like the music, it's pulls you right in.
It reminds
Pulls
me
you
of those
right in.
70s
So,
movies like Smokey and the Bandit and Convoy and stuff.
oh yeah, oh really? Yeah, I've never seen that.
Car chase movies.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, car chases are always fun to watch. It's entertaining, and there's a lot of that. Like Jim, I'm getting my images back loaded, but Jim speeds around in the Duster so fast, and like yeah, they getting car chases. That there's a preview for episode 4. It looks like there's going to be a crazy car chase and a car wreck too. Okay, yeah, what is going on? I'm sorry. Like the image thing won't even load right now. I'm just gonna close it and open a new one. I'm having technical difficulties with my laptop, so I am using the Chromebook tonight. So okay, come on now. It's just being really, really slow, and I don't know why. Okay. Another thing I love about this show, I love the music. I love the 70s music. It's so perfect for the period that it's set in, and it's just great music that came out in that time that they feature. There's like it is a variety. There's like Jimi Hendrix, and I think one of the songs, I'm pretty sure it was Motown. Even though Motown was more like 60s, they definitely had a Motown song in there. Yeah, it's just it's awesome. It gets you in the mood. It really puts you in that space, like the period piece that this is. And all the outfits, the 70s clothes, I think they really nailed it. You really feel like you're in that period. Which, it's easy to screw up, like watching a period piece where they don't quite get the vibe right. That can be screwed up. But I think they nailed it. I'm just kind of babbling now. I'm trying to get the images to load.
I mean, I did like the one blouse that the character's Nina, right?
Yeah.
She has a really cool blouse that's kind of lower cut, but it has a tie around the neck that I was personally really enamored of when I saw it.
Yeah. Yeah, I love the stuff they put Nina in. There's this in one episode she wears a jumpsuit, like some kind of, it looks like some kind of jumpsuit thing. Yeah, it's really cool. Something, I think I may have to, sometimes when it's like this, I have to reboot the Chromebook, turn it off and back on. I think I'm gonna have to. Yeah, so I may have to just hop off for a minute and then.
Yeah, but it might bounce both of us off too.
I don't think so. It doesn't usually. Sometimes, once in a while, it does. But if even if it does, it'll only be like a minute, and I'll be right back because this reboots really quick. Yeah, just give me a sec. I'm gonna reboot it because this is taking forever, and at this rate, we'll never get through it because I can't get my pictures to load.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say Starsky and Starsky. God, why can I not say the word Starsky and Hutch? And the Dukes of Hazzard. Like when I was a kid, I loved the Dukes of Hazzard. I'm gonna admit it.
Yeah. Did you
and
practice?
I even had the Etch-a-Sketch, and they had these little like plastics things that you could lay over the center of the Etch-a-Sketch, and then you could pretend you're like the Duke boys out running the law, you know, and you'd like, you know, one of your friends would be like the one side with the one car, and you'd be the other side, and you try to like race to the other, you know, it's like a maze, and you try to get out the other side without, you know, touching each other or trying to get to each other, I guess, trying
Whoa,
to catch each
pause.
other. What?
I said, whoa, pause.
Why? For what did I say?
Because you're like, you know, to get to the other side without touching each other. Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, then you'd want to touch each other.
Right. Are you talking about like an overlay? You'd overlay
Yeah,
like a template?
the Etch-a-Sketch. Like picture an Etch-a-Sketch with the gray inside, the little like thing that looks like a TV, and you would get different themed overlays. Like they would have like maybe a Barbie overlay or a Dukes of Hazzard overlay, where there would be these different games, and they'd be printed on, you know, thin sheets of, you know, kind of plasticky stuff, and you put it over it, and then you could play different games, like either with you and a friend that would have like the two knobs, one friend. Don't tell me pause during any of this. Like one of the friends would have one of the knobs, and then you have the other knob, and then you be turning the knobs.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness!
To play a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it sounds
to win.
Yeah, exactly. To have fun at the end.
To have fun.
I got you. I got it.
So there'd be different things. Like there'd be mazes.
I understand.
Like,
I could read between
be
the
able to circle stuff
lines,
or draw a shape around something. Like the stuff that you could do within the, you know, very, very limited range of what an Etch-a-Sketch can do, even though I've seen some beautiful art on Etch-a-Sketches. More beautiful art than I could ever do in Etch-a-Sketch. So, let's see who else. Like, I don't know. Let me think. I was thinking about more like movies like Smoking the Bandit, like Take This Job and Shove It, like those Clint Eastwood movies with the orangutan.
Every which way
but loose. That kind of 70s vibe of all those like trucker, you know, either a trucker or people bootlegging something and having to outrun the law and having the car crashes and, you know,
running moonshine in the
exactly. So that's what kind of that's what does what did you say?
No, sorry. Go ahead. Finish. What were you saying?
Oh, we were like talking about Etch-a-Sketches and Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh, nice.
You ever own an Etch-a-Sketch?
Oh yeah. I loved playing with it, but it always baffled me how people could like do crazy things with it and make like amazing pictures.
Yeah, they used to have these little games too that would have a theme, like Dukes of Hazzard games, where you would take like the little like it would be printed on, like, you know, like a plasticky sheet, and you put it over the middle of it, and then you could play games with a friend. Like either you could both play at the same time, or like going through a maze or chasing each other, like with Dukes of Hazzard, much like Duster, it'd be like a car chase. So you try to chase each other through this maze. Yeah, with each person using one knob, and then you try to chase each other.
Okay.
You know, because you're pushing back and forth with the knobs, so you're going all over the place. They're fun.
Okay. Well, that sounds fun. Yeah, that sounds fun. So now they should run smoother. I closed all my tabs and I rebooted the Chromebook. So yeah, thanks for holding it down for me while I did
that's
that.
fine.
So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I was just talking about different vibes.
Oh, Mel said
like from the 70s, like Smoking the Bandit, Convoy, Every Which Way But Loose, Take This Job and Shove It. Some deep cuts from the 70s that have a similar vibe as Duster.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Well, I love that Take This Job and Shove It thing, the song.
That's when he used to make movies based on songs.
Oh yeah. I didn't know there was a
Like
movie
9 to
for it.
5 as
How
well.
about that? Oh yeah, there was a movie for that. I know that. Dolly Parton. Indeed. So these dudes. Mel clarified something in the chat about these guys. She said, wait a minute, let me get to the picture of the guys here. I don't know why it's going so slow tonight. I deleted a bunch of stuff and I closed all my tabs, but I'll work through it. By the way, the two of them are flying down the highway like crazy too. Like he's driving like a maniac with Luna in the car. At one point, like he does tell her to put her seatbelt on for, I forget what scene it was, but it's like she should probably be wearing it all the time, flying around like town with him. But yeah, they're really cute together, regardless. So yeah, these guys right here, they're like following them and watching them. And Mel said he had a prior issue in that town, and they said don't come back. Okay. Steve said, yeah, I don't know if those guys just don't like Jim, or if they knew it was Sax's son's heart in the bag and wanted to stop it. They didn't really make that clear. Gotcha. And he said, oh, those are cinnamon chips in Scarlet's pick. I thought it was Weetabix or something. I don't know what that is, but yeah, they're cinnamon chips. She got cinnamon chips. He said, I legit stared at Scarlet's profile pic for an hour trying to figure it out. 41 people watching. Wow, thank you so much. Please hit the like button. Please hit the like button to help people find the stream. I appreciate it. And subscribe. If you're not subscribed, I'm going to continue covering this show every week. And I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. On the road there at 1.91. So, oh, Scarlet popped off. Probably device issues. Anyway, Dieter, we'll talk about the whole warranty thing. I'll DM you, Dieter. There definitely seem to be some like increasing issues. So thankfully that's what warranties are for. So no worries. With the laptop and all. He said breaking, Carl and Scarlet have hijacked Julie's live stream. Expect wild takes, deep dives, and zero adult supervision. Julie, we're sorry, kinda. Hashtag Duster Deep Dive, hashtag goat mode activated.
Yeah. It became like, retro toy channel for a second there.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It's on theme with the show, and even if it's not, I like tangents. We go off on tangents all the time.
Yeah.
So anyway, let me go back. So, anyway, like it looks like so much fun riding around in this car. Like my dad used to have a red sports car. It was really fun to drive around in that with him. And then he had one that was a convertible. It was an older car too. It was a red convertible. It was so much fun. I always wanted to ride in a convertible. Like feel the wind rushing by your face, and it's a totally different experience than a regular car. But sports cars in general are just fun.
Mm-hmm. I bet. Do you remember what kind of car it was? Either one of those two?
It was an RX 7.
Mazda RX-7. Yeah, rotary. It has a It has a rotary engine. Very different kind of engine than any car around.
Oh, okay.
Just like the car.
Well, he loved it.
Yeah, those are really cool cars. Just like the car that's chasing him. So he's in a Duster, and those two other clowns, they're in an AMC AMX. That car company's not even around anymore. That's a very very rare car that's chasing him.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes like in the entertainment business, they kind of, to find things like this, they've got to really scour the country looking for stuff like that. I mean, it must have been tough to find. Like for example, Kendrick Lamar, you know, he released that album GNX, and the type of GNX like that he, you know, was referring to in the album that he always wanted, like it's not easy to find. It's old. And so they really had to work hard to find one for the Super Bowl performance. I watched a little behind the scenes thing about it, and they had a hard time looking and finding one. It's
Yeah,
so cool. It became like his trademark for this era.
yeah, those cars are really cool. Those they're based on the Buick Regal, and then like the Buick Regal kind of was about to end, and then they made like a performance version. And even though it's at the end of the '80s, the car performed almost like it was a muscle car from the '60s or '70s.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know nothing about cars, but like I thought it was so cool how Kendrick made that like kind of an icon, like a you know, that's like, you know, it's a huge thing in this era that he's in right now with that album. So at the concert that I went to, at every concert, I don't know how they pull this off. Maybe they have a fake GNX. I don't know, but like at every concert around the country in all these stadiums, including the one I went to, just a little side tangent. The way that Kendrick shows up on stage is he comes like a car, a GNX. It's supposed to be a GNX. I don't know. It can't really be real, but it rises up from below the stage. The whole car comes up from below the stage. Kendrick is in it, and he's rapping in the car for the first like verse of Whacked Out Murals, and then it's so dope. And I missed that part because I was late to the concert, but at least I've seen videos of it. It would have been really cool to see in person, but
Right. Yeah,
he comes
that's so
out and then he
cool.
raps more. Yep. What was
Those
that?
I was just gonna say, back in the day, that was the car to have. Like in the early '90s, like and then you go to a little bit before that, Lowrider magazine, they were customizing Regals, and that, like I said before, that's the car that the GNX Grand National was like based on. And to be a gangster back then, you had to have a Buick Regal or sort of. There was a few other cars that had the similar sort of body style, and that was as G as can be back then.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, Kendrick says in one of his songs, like, all I ever wanted was a black Grand National. Is that like part of the name of the
That's
car?
Yes, that's part of the name of the car. Because the Grand
I
National, like
thought
I
so.
said, it was like, yeah, it's like it's a turbocharged engine, and it performs as though it was a muscle car, even though in reality what the Buick Regal was just a kind of a almost like a luxury cruiser for middle America. But it became part of the gangster culture, and that's the kind of car that I always wanted to have too.
Oh
back
wow.
back in the day, back in Southern California.
Mm-hmm. And well, and Kendrick's from Compton. I know that's not really southern. Where is that? Like Compton?
No,
That's not really too far south, is it?
no, Compton would be considered in the greater LA metropolitan area, and thus that's Southern California.
Okay, I thought so. I wasn't really sure.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So so yeah, it's cool. And then at the end of the show, this part I did get to see, of course. At the end of the show, he, as he's saying goodbye to the crowd, like, he says, like something like, thanks to the crowd, and refers to, us as Boston because it was in the Boston area, and says that he'll be back and stuff. It's just a cool moment. He gets back in the GNX, and SZA gets in the GNX with him, and then the car goes back below the stage. That's how they make their exit.
Oh, as though they were just heading off into the sunset in this, right? That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it
And
was dope. It was
did
dope.
you see Kelly? Yeah, thank you, Kelly. Did you see what Kelly wrote in the chat there? Grand National Experimental. So there's the X for the GNX.
I was wondering that. Okay, there we go. that explains it. And the whole tour is called the Grand National Tour. And I have a shirt that says it right on the back with all the tour dates. I got it at the concert. So yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know how the hell they can't possibly have a real GNX at every stadium. It's got to be like fake, I would think. Like those are
Yeah.
rare, aren't they?
Yeah, they're rare, but they're not. They're not. It's not so rare as to be like one or two. I don't think. I don't remember what the actual production count is for the GNX. But say he has one. The roadie's got to ship all the speakers and everything to the stadium wherever they're doing the show. The car could be part of that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? It could be like the same car you're seeing at every stadium.
Yeah. Okay. And so one last thing, and then I'll get off of this.
Uh-huh.
I could talk Kendrick all night, but
Yeah.
the only other thing that's really cool during part of the show and in Kendrick's video for Luther, the GNX has a red tarp, or not like a tarp, but like a red something red draped over it, a big red cloth, drop cloth or something, covering it, and it's giving the implication that there is going to be a deluxe version of the GNX album coming, which is really exciting. And there's a little hint in one of the lyrics of his songs too, saying double back like a deluxe. So, and with that car covered up, there's always layers and layers of meaning in Kendrick's lyrics and his music videos and performances. So I think that's a clue there's going to be a deluxe album. Hopefully, I'm hoping that there's also going to be that means a second leg of the Grand National Tour next year, and I get to see him again. So anyway,
yeah, and then last point on that as well. There was, according to Google, there was 547 of them built. So you're right, it is very rare, but it's not one or two. It's 547 all the time.
I wonder why then the Super Bowl, the people planning it said they had a really hard time. Maybe they were just particular about how it looked, like they wanted it to look really good. They had a hard time finding the one for the Super Bowl.
Well, it could be that most people, right? Obviously, there's some that didn't survive, right? The 547, but maybe they wanted to get one that was more custom looking. I don't know.
It were probably just being picky because it was the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Anyway,
or they were trying to just hype it up and be like, "Oh, we scoured the earth for this."
Good point. It could be that. Oh yeah, Steve, you had an RX-7 too. My dad, back in the day, in the 80s, he had an RX-7 that he absolutely loved, and he said I went through a lot of oil. When my dad, after my dad and my mom got divorced, my dad kind of went through a midlife crisis, and all of a sudden, he did the stereotypical stuff, like he bought all new clothes and shoes to make himself look sharp in his mind anyway. He started dyeing his hair so that there was no more gray in it. He grew a mustache, which I really didn't like at the time. It was because he didn't look like my dad. I was not used to my dad with a mustache. I was just a kid. I was like, no, you don't look like my dad anymore. And he bought a sports car. He found himself another red RX-7 like he had in the 80s. All those cliches, like with the midlife crisis, he basically did all of it. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that comment about like lots of oil, that is hilarious, because that particular rotary engine, it's not the same as what you're used to as you see a piston engine, right? It uses a different process as to how it turns the motor and gets its power. It was powerful, it was cool, it was more compact, but yet it would always have a lot of blow by, and those engines would get blown up all the time, and then they wouldn't last as long as a regular engine. So even though you're getting this like great power in a more compact size, you wouldn't get the durability because those rotary engines are just notorious for blowing seals and all kinds of stuff. And I apologize if I'm turning this into car talk with Julie B, but
no, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
We can deviate into stuff like that. It's like it's tangentially, or I don't know if that's a word, but related. I think it is related to the show we're watching. Anyway,
It sounds like a word, anyways.
I think it is,
Yeah.
and I like going off on tangents. I mean, I ramble about all kinds of things myself, and I think the chat enjoys it too. We've talked about random stuff for hours before, and people hang out anyway. It's awesome.
Do you normally have really long live streams, Julie?
No, that's not my thing at all. No,
Yeah,
I never do those.
You should try it sometime. It's fulfilling.
Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I'll go give that a shot. Steve posted something earlier. I started, but I missed it. I forgot to actually highlight it. Where is it? Steve said, here it is. This was a while ago, but I just found it. I think my personality is less the result of the edibles and more a result of sitting in a room by myself for the last 10 years while taking care of my grandmother while she's asleep. Oh my God, Steve. You are a rock star. You're amazing. Wow. I mean, one night he was joking about how, don't mind me with my comments. It's the edibles, but that's beautiful, Steve. That's the only reason why I brought up the edibles, but that's just a beautiful thing. You're a beautiful soul to do that for your grandmother. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, it says a lot about him.
That says a lot about him, and not a lot of people would not step up to that task of being a caretaker for a family member, especially men. I mean, I'm not disparaging men. It's just that men are not typically socialized to be nurturers, and usually in families, if someone is going to be a caretaker, it's a woman. It's the woman who will step up and do it. But yeah, then you have like amazing men like Steve and like you, Carl, taking care of your dad. So it's a beautiful thing. Like, that's not an easy thing to do, and you deserve so much credit, both of you guys, for doing that.
Well, thank you, Julie. Yeah, and you're so true about what you say about sort of roles and whatever. But the way I look at it is, man or not, you have to step up to the plate sometimes, and that's awesome that he's doing that or did that. I don't know if that's ongoing or not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I can't remember. Excuse my memory, Steve, but I can't remember if he said he's still taking care of her or if he's taking care of someone else. But I know he said he's still a caretaker for a family member now. So, yeah, you're amazing for doing that, and not everybody would do it. My mom worked in nursing homes and that kind of place, and so many family members would just get dumped there, and they didn't even need to really be there. They would get dumped there and no one would even visit them, let alone be their caretaker and not put them there in the first place. So, it's amazing to see families step up like that. Anyway, so let's see. So yeah, I mean, okay, let me just look at the chat really quick. Each daughter a man has adds about 74 weeks to their lifespan. Jeez, Samuel. Wow, some university here. I have no idea how to say that, but university found that. It's interesting. Oh, I wonder why. Anyway, we could go off on a tangent, but let's get back to the episode. That's really interesting, Samuel. Really interesting. My dad always wanted more kids, but yeah, just add me. You're welcome, Steve. Yeah, he said I'm still taking care of my grandmother. It started with my grandfather, but after he passed 3 years ago, my grandmother declined pretty rapidly. Steve, that's exactly what happened with my family. So I literally went through, I mean, I didn't go through it for as many years as you, but that's what happened to me. My grandfather, I adored my grandparents. My grandfather passed in 2020. So then I was helping to take care of my grandmother for the next year. after that, and she declined very rapidly after he passed. That happened all the time, unfortunately, and they were joined at the hip. They were together for like 60 years. They're like 60 years, and they were together like 60 years, and like he took care of her, and when she lost him, and it was me and my mom who stepped up and took care of my grandmother for a year. We would have continued doing it, but anyway, the decision was taken out of our hands. My mother's siblings put my grandma in a facility, and that was that. Unfortunately, we had no say in it, but we would have continued doing it forever. Yeah, kudos to you. You're welcome, Steve. You deserve all the credit in the world for doing that. And he said, a little update from last week. She's out of the hospital. And I remember you said, I couldn't remember who was in the hospital, but I remember you said like a family member was in there. I'm really glad to hear that. I have brain fog and memory issues due to my pain, but I'm so glad she's doing better, Steve. I hope she continues to do better. Wow, 93 going on 94. She was with my grandmother since they were 13 years old. And what is this? Maida? I don't know how to say that, but wow.
Wow, that is, yeah, that's a long life right there. Amazing.
That's amazing. That's incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. And they got to be together for a really long time. I mean, what a blessing that is. I envy people who met when they were young and they have that much time together. Anyway, but that's awesome. Well, I hope she continues to live an extremely long life like that. That's amazing. I have relatives who made it to their 80s and 90s too, and it's beautiful. Anyway, so yeah, like Dieter said, good job, Carl, and good job, Steve, too. For stepping up for your family. So anyway, let's get back into this. So like these two definitely have some chemistry. So now that people said this about, I'm starting to look at this, even just looking at the pictures more. I'm starting to look at this differently. Yeah, he may very well be the father of Luna, and this being the mother here, of course. I mean, look at the way they look at each other. I mean, look, Josh Holloway could have chemistry with literally anybody, but I mean, because he's a flirt. He flirts with everybody. Got that smile and that flirty demeanor, but yeah, there's something going on there. I think there could be some history that we will find out about later. And he's stepping up to help her a lot too. So Nina arrives and she meets this guy who's winds up being kind of her partner. And he's also from a marginalized group. I heard something. Hold on. Oh, Carl popped off or aka Panda. Hey, device issues. Okay, let me see. So yeah, this guy here, I believe he is of Native American heritage, he said, and he talked about how he's experienced racism and I think he said people mistake him for being like Latino or Hispanic, I forget. But either way, they're racist against him in that area, and the FBI people are racist against him. So these two kind of bond over having experiences like that. And he was kind of like a nobody until she showed up, and like they partnered together, and the two of them are stronger together, like working on this case and dealing with racism from these idiots at the local FBI office. What is this? Dem office intruder is linked to GOP nominee. Soviet leader backs rival of peace talks. They've got like an old newspaper here. And it's funny, in one of the episodes that they on the radio, someone on the news was talking about Watergate.
Hey,
Huh? like something's wrong with your audio.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
what I
a
was gonna
little
say. I
something,
think
and
they
then I could.
mentioned Watergate at some point.
Yeah, they did. I think it was when Jim was in the car. It was on the radio. They're talking about Watergate. Yeah, so that was like the biggest political scandal of the 70s, and I mean, like it spawned like it became like a term now that you put gate at the end of something if it's a scandal now. That was the original thing. Um, so yeah, these guys are assholes. Short, like
Right.
I can just summarize it like that. They're a bunch of racist assholes. Um, all of them. And they tell her stay away from Jim Ellis. She wants to start by investigating, like trying to get Jim Ellis to be an informant, and they say stay away from him. And it's kind of unclear as to why. I don't know if we're supposed to understand that yet, but I think there's some kind of cover up going on. They just tell her stay away. I think they don't. I don't know. Maybe they don't think that it's a viable course of action. It's not going to work, but they're very like emphatic about staying away from Jim, this guy, the protagonist. So, but she doesn't listen. She does her own thing. She just ignores she direct orders, and she's the brand new FBI agent. Um, and so like we have like a little dinner here. Not really much going on. It was just a dinner with Sax um I believe that's his daughter, the lady standing next to Jim. He's got a daughter and a son. The son is the one who had the heart transplant. I love all these 70s clothes. They look so cool. Um, and those pointy 70s collars that everybody has. They all have long, long, pointy collars on their shirts. So it's very 70s. Very sharp and pointy. So they're celebrating the fact that that Sax's son survived in a nutshell. So his son survived, and it was thanks to Jim. So he's thanking Jim for that. That's pretty much it. Then you have Nina, who Nina she's talking to this lady here. Reminded me so much of Jan Brady from the Brady Bunch. She has like literally the same hairdo. You can't really see it in this picture, but she winds up helping Nina get access to some files when those guys, that little boys club, were just being racist and sexist. But Jan literally had this same haircut. I mean, this hairdo on the Brady Bunch. She had like the blonde hair and like the little curls hanging down. Anyway, so yeah, so yeah, Nina is hell bent on going to work with, trying to work with Jim Ellis, making him an informant and ignoring direct orders. She's convinced that Jim can work because she believes that Sax ordered a hit on Jim's brother, so she can get Jim to flip on Sax and be an informant. And then we have like a little flashback to Jim and Joey when they were kids, like just a quick little shot of them together. They were close, clearly, the two of them, and there's this big cover up surrounding how his brother Joey died. It wasn't related to Vietnam. He served in Vietnam, but it wasn't related to that. And it was an explosion. But Nina is convinced that Sax ordered the hit on Joey. This guy here is a total monster. We've got so he's a dirty cop, and he's a pedo on top of it. Absolutely vile piece of scum, and he basically he's a dirty cop who has dealings with the mob syndicate there and helps them out with stuff. So Yeah, just a complete scumbag. And oh, hold on, I hear a little notification. There you go. Let's see. So Watergate is foreplay nowadays. um those YouTubers who messed with you, Julie. Oh jeez. Dieter. Yeah, you can just put gate on the end of any scandal now, really. These scenes are shot so well. It's like it looks like they're they have Josh kind of posing for the camera a lot with like great lighting and stuff in his Duster car. It's such a visually appealing show the way it's done. Um Nina goes in and visits the fast food joint, questions the kid about the heart, she's like hot on the trail of that situation, the black market heart. She's questioning the kid about it. He said he didn't know what was in it. He was just paid to hand off. That's all. So she's kind of investigating that, and then you see like this little like one of the things like this, we get a little window into the kind of work that Jim has to do. He's the driver. He doesn't really have to get his hands too dirty. He doesn't, engage in a lot of this kind of violence himself. He's just the driver. But this dude here stops and he tries to get information out of somebody and is successful. Just takes a baseball bat, and goes and like bashes this guy, and he's so effective at it that the guy is literally like thanking him with blood running down his head as they're leaving. It's so there's some dark humor, let's say, some dark humor in the show. I mean, it's not that Jim doesn't get violent too. He does when he has to. He gets into fights if necessary, but he's not the one who's going around like beating on people. So it's easier to like him. I think the show definitely wants him to be a likable character. And if you make him be the guy who goes and beats people up like that with a baseball bat, then it'd be kind of harder to enjoy the character. So yeah, Nina, there's a lot of like scenes of just Nina kind of going up against these guys, and this guy in particular is a real jerk and tells her to stay the hell away from Jim Ellis, essentially, like stay away. I just get the sense that there's something else going on with that. Like, why are they so adamant that she stay away from Jim? There's something to it, I think. And we see Jim visiting Sax. Sax thanks him for saving his son's life, and he gives him an assignment to kind of so there's this union guy, Bob Temple, and basically like they finagle a situation where they can blackmail him. So we'll get to that later in the episode, but they're trying to like they put him in a situation where they can blackmail him later. And we got Jim showing up to a diner, and he finds this woman here. She works with him on various jobs like this, apparently. Like, this is something they do more than once. It's pretty messed up, actually, but she's got this jealous boyfriend who's like really possessive and stuff, so he's always kind of lurking and being intimidating. But he shows up, and he gets her to sign on to do this job with him later, which happens later in the episode. Then you've got Jim and Nina is literally sitting there waiting and waving at him in his car. Lets herself in and just sits there waving, which, yeah, she's ballsy. And so they talk. He's like, what are you doing here? And she explains, she knows about the black market heart, and that because he transported it across state lines, that's a serious offense that could land him in prison for a while. But she says, if you work with me, sign a deal, I will, I'll do my best to make sure you stay out of prison and work with me to take down Sachs. And he's really resistant to it. He's extremely loyal to Sachs. They're like, they act like kind of like a family. But she tells him like she believes that he, that Sachs actually ordered the hit on Joey's brother, that's how Joey actually died, and explains that her father died due to a hit on on him by Sachs. But initially, I think she doesn't share that part with him till later, but initially, like, he's really resistant to it, and he's like, he refuses at first. It looks like he's not going to get on board with that. Hey, you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. Okay. What in the world? Dieter said, Pandecolima, we need you to ask for more likes. Do it in a very sensual way.
I guess I could try and do that. And be like, hey chat, we need you to like this stream, please. I don't know. That's all I have right now. Sorry, I have to even me, I have to work myself up to it.
Well, you don't really have to do much. You just have that kind of voice anyway. It just works. So,
Right.
Yeah. No, that was already effective. Please like the stream. Yes, 49 people watching. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What was that?
I was gonna say, please like it very hard.
Actually, this reminds me. Koala T Reacts has started something really hilarious on his live streams where he uses like a segment from the song, I believe it's called Family Ties by Baby Keem, with Kendrick Lamar as a feature on it, and it's like he plays a clip from the song where like part of the lyric is thumb in that
Okay.
thumb in that, and he doesn't say like bitch, but he's like bih or something. So he uses that, and then he has like a big this big thumb that appears on the screen, and like a bunch of other little thumbs flying around, and he starts like dancing and like holding his thumb out in like suggestive positions, and like he's like, thumb that like button and violate that like button and shit like that. It's hilarious. It's so fucking funny because it's like, it sounds so perverted the way he does it, and that's intentional.
That does sound kind of perverted, Julie.
Well, it is.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking us all to thumb something right now? The like button.
Yeah. Thumb the like button.
Okay.
Yeah, the like button. Violate the like button. That's what Koala T says. It's so funny. He dances around and plays the song while he does it. It's hilarious. Anyway, and then the whole chat puts thumbs in it in the chat. So anyway, yeah. So Nina's still kind of chasing leads, and we have Jim going to see his father. His father is the retired mobster. I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure he worked for Sachs. And I love their relationship. His father, his father really encouraging Jim's criminality. He seems really proud that he raised another criminal like him. And then this woman, I freaking love her. She's hilarious. She's always dressed in these like sexy, vampy clothes, especially for like an older, mature lady like that. And she looks great too. She looks really good. But she's a total bitch to Jim, and tells him, she should be calling before he comes over his own father's house, and he hates her right back. Like, yeah, they trade a lot of F-bombs. It's very entertaining. And then like Jim goes downstairs to get some of his stuff that's at his dad's house, but he finds like a whole bunch of shit from this lady. I don't know if she was like a retired actor or like a former actress or something, but she's got an enormous amount of clothes and like a feather boa and a picture of her on the wall. She's really mean.
She's either like an old stripper, or maybe like a showgirl, maybe like a Vegas showgirl. That's the first impression that I got, is like, oh, this must be a showgirl. But then again, they're in Arizona or something, right? Isn't that's where they're at?
Yeah.
So maybe it's like a stripper or something.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. The way she acts, yeah, probably. So yeah, he goes down there. He's like, "Where the hell's my stuff?" It's funny. All of her shit is there instead. His dad shows him to the box of his stuff though, and he says that he's gonna need to go away for a while, till things kind of cool down, like get out of Dodge. He's thinking he'll go to Mexico and work for what the hell's his name now?
Raul or something.
Yeah, isn't it like Big Raul or something like that?
Right.
Yeah. So he's planning on doing that to get away from Nina, because she's got evidence. She found evidence that he transported that black market heart across state lines, and he could do real time for that if he doesn't sign on and work with her. So he's thinking he'll just get out of there for a while, go down to Mexico, work for this really dangerous, even more dangerous guy, this terrifying sounding guy. And then she's listening in. The stepmother from hell. I don't know what it is about stepmothers, but they always seem to be horrible. I have a horrible one too. And she's kind of painted up, like not as much as her, like not as vampy, but she's always painted up and fake looking. But anyway, she's listening in on their conversation. She's snooping. And yeah, so he's looking for like his passport so he can go, and their relationship is really sweet, even though, it's obviously messed up that the criminal dad is encouraging. He's so proud that his son is a criminal like him, and he's encouraging it. But they're sweet together. There's a real strong bond you can see there. It's cute.
Yeah.
Every time I see this blonde lady, all I see is Jan Brady from the Brady Bunch. She's got the same hair, same exact hair. She's like the only, huh?
Oh, I see it right now. I didn't even. And Jan is the one that says Marsha, right?
Yes, this
Yeah.
Jan.
Mm-hmm.
She literally has the same hairdo. You can't see it as well in this picture as others, but she's got like her hair pulled back a little on top. The rest is down, and then she has two little curls on either side. That's exactly the way Jan wore her hair. Maybe that was like a popular hairdo in the 70s, I guess.
Right.
So let me see. I'm looking for I have my notes in front of me. I just lost my place. Hold on. So she's basically the only one in the office that's really helping Nina and her partner here with this investigation. The men are just trying to block them at every turn and not assist, because they don't want her, trying to work with Jim.
Right.
So,
I think there's something else underlying that they're trying to keep these guys from discovering.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Nina had been warned actually by a senior agent, who basically tells her I forgot about this, but the investigation she's about to take over is cursed. according to that guy. And he's like, yeah, so like, don't do this. He's warning her not to do this. And because the last guy went crazy. The last guy is now in a mental institution who tried to break this case open. So that's not going to deter her at all.
Yeah. Which we will soon see her not being deterred when we get to those images, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah. The last guy, his name is Leland Breen. And so, like they've tried a lot of things. Like the FBI has tried raiding, but everything has come up empty. They can't get anything on Saxton proving that he's, trafficking weapons and drugs. So Nina's, looking through property records, bank accounts, and, just trying to see what the last agent found, what Breen found. But there's stuff missing. There are files missing.
Yeah.
So yeah. And like, I forget what this guy's name is, her partner. I keep just saying her partner, but is it, I think, is it Awan? Is an odd name. Yeah, I think that's what it is. But
I'll look it up for you real quick.
yeah, I'm bad with remembering names in new shows. So yeah. So yeah, he goes down to Big Raul, I think his name, or not literally him, but like a guy who works for him, Jim, and he's like, he wants to sign on. He's gonna do this, which is really extremely risky, working for this guy. Like everyone says, like he's so scary. It's a really intimidating reputation, but Jim is desperate enough to do it, to get away, not have to flip on sacks or get arrested for the organ trafficking. So he literally signs his name in blood. The guy cuts his hand, he signs his name in blood, and it's like signing a deal with the devil. It's crazy. So yeah.
And you were right, Julie. It is Awan, spelled Awan.
That's okay. That's her partner's name, Nina's partner.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's officially her partner, but he sure acts like it. So, and this guy here is the union leader that Jim was hired to get dirt on, to so that they can blackmail him. Now I had to be careful with the screenshots I took on this one. I can't show nudity here, or the stream could get taken down. So, but he's got his lady friend here who he uses for jobs like this. This is definitely not their first rodeo, and they, she flirts with the dude and puts something in his drink. I mean, this is so messed up what they're actually doing, but it is played off in a really comedic way. I just imagine if it were a woman imagine if a man was doing this to a woman and how we would feel watching the show, drugging the guy, and then they bring him upstairs, take off all his clothes, put him in bed. And the woman, she takes off all her clothes. She's like straddling the guy. And well, I'll get to it. But it's just pretty warped. But I mean, I gotta say, it's funny. I can't help but find it funny. The whole situation, it has a dark comedy aspect to it.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely it's playing for laughs, that situation.
It is. And even in the midst of this, Jim is so cute because earlier in the episode, his little so-called niece Luna had seen a panda somewhere, and she was like, or a panda, painted somewhere or whatever, and she was like, "Oh, pandas are good luck. They're the luckiest bears." Oh, it was on a $100 bill that Jim had out of his stack of money that he was kind of passing along, and like the $100 bill with the panda just flew out of the car. They swerved back around and went to get it right after she said it was good luck. But since she loves pandas, he just puts, you know, coin after coin after coin in this machine until he gets that little panda for her, which is super cute.
I mean, who doesn't love pandas?
Yeah, right? Super cute. So yeah, this is trouble. Her husband shows up, or not husband or boyfriend or whoever it is. He's intimidating, and he sees them going up to the room, and he's very possessive and controlling of her. I mean, anybody should be pissed off if their girlfriend or partner is doing this, but he's clearly a toxic guy though in general. Yeah, so they drug the guy, they put him in bed, they take off all his clothes. She straddles him naked herself, and I didn't take pictures of it. I can't show them on YouTube, but you know, Jim stands there taking pictures, and then her partner, husband, whoever it is, pops in, you know, pulls a gun on Jim, and this was just freaking hilarious. During the middle of the fight between Jim and that guy, Jim falls practically on top of this old naked guy. He's like just looking at him. They're looking at each other. It's definitely played for laughs, even though it's right.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it's like, you know, drugging and potentially SAing somebody. Yeah, it's played for laughs. Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at the very least, this is molestation. I mean,
right.
But you know, if that were a woman in there, like I don't think anybody would be laughing. It's a double standard, but I can overlook it. It's played for laughs, and even the fight scene is funny. You know, like they play funny music that doesn't really match fight scenes. The choice of music is always sometimes it's ironic in the show. he jumps on his back, like that's comedic too. Like even the fight is funny when she's cheering him on, like get him, Jim. They get the better of him, they run off, and then they're two of them are just having a great old time, a good old time. They're laughing. Like this is fun. Clearly this isn't their first rodeo, they've done this before. And then at the end, you know, Nina is told that she's being reassigned to Montana. So like sent out in the middle of nowhere where she'll have really nothing important to do. And of course she doesn't want this and she wants to fight it. And just in time, Awan finds some information. She's able to ultimately, you know, convince Jim in the end. As a result of convincing Jim, they let her stay. She gets Jim to sign on and be an informant. But now his stepmother, okay, Charlotte, that's her name. So Awan, what he was finding, he found the surveillance footage of the van that Joey blew up in. So that's key. So he finds that, and then Nina gets a call from Jim's stepmother, Charlotte, here. And from her eavesdropping, she had found out that Jim was going to get out of Dodge, and she tells that to Nina, and emphasizes like when Jim is going to be meeting Saxton. So Nina is able to intercept him before he can get to see Saxton. Now, why she's getting involved in this, I'm not really sure. Like, you know, why?
Yeah, because like, what's her hard on for Jim? What, you know, and I'm assuming that we're gonna find out, but it just seems like, why is she so against, you know, Jim? I don't understand it. It hasn't been established, other than, you know, sure, you somebody can be annoying, but you're turning them into the feds. What the hell?
Yeah, so I don't understand why, like, why she has this vendetta against him to the point where she's gonna rat him out to the feds. And yeah, it's weird. I don't understand it, but ultimately it winds up being a good thing for him, ironically. Like, I think this is actually a better path for him to take, working with Nina, not going to work for Raul. And, you know, I think he made the right call. It was a good thing. I think it's going to be a good thing in the end. Jim goes to see, what's her name? The mother of Luna. What the hell's her name? Hold on, I'll look it up. But he goes to see her. They definitely have some chemistry. I'm seeing it here. Yeah, he could very well be the father of that kid. He tells her that he's going away for a while. And he, you know, he's going to still send her money. She says he doesn't have to do that. But of course he's still going to do it anyway.
I think her name is Izzy, I think.
Izzy, that sounds right. Yep. Izzy. Anyway, so Nina, this is the end of this episode. Nina shows Jim the surveillance footage that Awan found, and this is key to him agreeing to sign on to do this. It shows the van exploding. This is the van his brother died in, and you can see that the explosion originated under the van, not inside of it, but under it. And it looks super sus. So it indicates that a charge was placed under the van given where the explosion occurred. So she's convinced that, you know, Saxton is the one who killed Joey. It was a hit, just like what happened to her father. So she uses that to convince him to do it. It gets him on to sign on and be an informant. Which is tough for him. He seems to really look at Sax as family, but now he's looking at him differently. Like, no, if he killed his brother, then he's gonna take him down.
And remember, Julie, he says something to her like, "I'm not doing this because I believe you." He's like, "I'm doing it to prove that he didn't do it." That's what he tells Nina.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. Thank you for that. Yeah, he tells her that because he doesn't want to believe it. He really doesn't. Like, he does look at this guy as family, and so does his father. So yeah, he doesn't want to believe it's true. And he seems like he's got like a lovable, like, you know, light-hearted personality. He doesn't seem like a really scary guy like you would expect from a mob boss. He seems kind of like, you know, warm and fuzzy, if anything.
Right.
I mean, he has a scary side. Like, he can be a real badass. We see that in a later episode, but he's also, you know, he's got a warm and fuzzy side too.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why Jim feels loyal to him. So yeah, after meeting with Sax, he ultimately makes his decision. He goes in there for his meeting, and he decides he's going to sign on and do this. But yeah, there's Jan Brady again. I can't look at her without seeing Jan Brady. And because Nina gets this positive result, she's allowed to stay on the case and not be shipped out to Montana or whatever in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, a stay of execution for the misfit toys of the FBI there.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, they are like the misfit toys, two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is adorable. He's there with Luna, and she's got her little panda ring on that he worked so hard to get out of that machine. So cute.
Yeah, that is cute.
And this is so we see, like, these are all missing files from the previous guy who worked on the case, Leland Breen. She's looking at that, and so she wants to dig into this next. Like, what is going on? Why are all these files missing? There's some kind of cover-up going on. Missing. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the end of that one. I'm gonna try to blow through the next two a lot quicker because we've been streaming a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got I'll just hold on. I'll look at the chat first before we continue. Oh, hey, K-Brew. Thank you for hitting the like. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. And if you haven't watched this show, highly recommend it, by the way. And if you don't have HBO, we do watch parties in the Discord, and 53 people watching. Anybody out there listening, if you have not seen this show and you need a place to watch it, if you're not in my Discord already, join my Discord. The link is in the description of the video, and I can do another watch party and just stream it for you guys, or I can hook you guys up with a way to watch this awesome show, which I will be covering every week. Starting next week, though, it will be on Mondays. That will be the day. Mondays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Tonight, we did it on a separate night, but it will be Mondays. So, yeah, highly recommend the show. Just come in the Discord. You can feel free to send me a DM, send Dieter a DM, if you need a place to watch the show, and we can hook you up. So, hey, Real Cinema Therapy, nice to see you, aka our friend Lori. I don't know if you've ever seen this show, but it's a lot of fun. And Dieter dropped the link to her channel right here. She does awesome content. Right now she's covering Dead City, one of the Walking Dead spin-offs. So anybody out there, if you're a fan of that, definitely check out Real Cinema Therapy's channel. And I believe she collaborates with Sci-Fi Vision on that too. Sci-Fi Vision channel. So check that out. She's done really great work. Real Cinema has done great work on shows like Severance and The Last of Us from a psychological perspective, because that's her profession. Actually, I believe she's a clinical social worker. So anyway, yeah, Dieter, I'll play it by ear. I'll see how long it takes to get through episode 2. If necessary, we'll do episode 3 next week. How about that? But I think we can at least get through episode 2 right now. You are so welcome, Real Cinema Lori. Thank you. Thank you for popping in, and you are so welcome. So yeah, Dieter also dropped the link to the Discord. So you need a way to watch Duster, just join the Discord, DM me or Dieter, and we can have another watch party or find another way to help you out. So anyway, so this one is called Suspicious Minds, like the Elvis Presley song. And it starts with him digging. My screenshots for this one aren't as nice, unfortunately, because it's got like stuff on it, but it's all right. It's got like the title and, but this is all I was able to do in short notice. And so he's digging to bury a body at the beginning. You don't know who it is. We find out later. And then there's a car showing up. So it's one of those things where it shows up and then we see 15 hours earlier. So then we go back and we see how he ended up in that situation. And yeah, there are a lot of scenes like this where it's basically like, okay, let's pose Josh Holloway with this cool car and in the best way possible. It looks like a photo shoot. He's leaning against the Duster, right?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a postcard for the car, like a brochure.
Mm-hmm. They do a great job with the visuals in this show. The direction, the art direction, it's just so visually pleasing, and really, like it truly feels like it's the 70s. It's not easy to do a period piece and make it feel truly authentic, but I think they do a great job.
Yeah, so far all the like the clothes and the cars, and then like we said, the music is telling its own story even.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. The music is amazing. And it really does. Yeah, it does tell a story, and it's interesting how they fit it into different scenes. And sometimes it's done in an ironic kind of funny way. That certain songs they pick for fight scenes. But Jim meets with this dirty pedo cop I can't stand, and yeah, he works with the mob regularly, and he warns him, like, he knows like that Jim is talking to the feds, so now he's a problem, because he's aware of that. He could be trouble, so now Jim has to deal with that. What is it with mob bosses? You can't really see it in this picture, but in another one, yeah, kind of in this one. What is it with mob bosses always wearing thick pinky rings? It's like they always do.
I think I don't know where it came from, but you're right. A lot of them, they always have that. It's always like a part of the uniform for the mob boss to have a pinky ring.
Yeah, it is. And yeah, it's like even on General Hospital, the mob boss Sonny Corinthos, he always wears a pinky ring. My dad used to wear a pinky ring, but he was not in the mob. But he did.
I wear a pinky ring.
Oh yeah, I've seen that in your picture. Yeah, you do. Yeah, that's right. Not just for mob bosses.
Yeah, I will neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, so like it's just a trope with mob bosses apparently. Anyway, so yeah, like Saxton's giving Jim more work, and Nina and Awan, they're in this cafe together and they're talking, and then they realize that Saxton, I think is it Saxton who's right behind them, I think. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
Yeah.
is that him?
Yeah. She uses the compact to see him.
Yeah. And yeah, so she looks, and it's got to be really difficult on her to look at this guy. She talks about how part of her, like, she's talked in this series about how part of her inside still feels like the little girl who, like, she tells the story about how her father was killed and she was right there witnessing it, and she was just a little girl and she just watched her father get killed, and she was so scared and just froze and didn't know what to do, and she feels like a kind of guilt even though there's nothing a little girl could have done. So part of her is still that little girl who watched her father get gunned down, and that can really, it's amazing that she's as functional as she is, because that kind of trauma can cause arrested development. Then it happens at a young age. That's crazy. And now she's trying to just look at this guy behind her, but trying to take him down. It's like, it's her mission in life. That's why she became an FBI agent in the first place, really. So she meets with Jim in this really weird parking garage. I've never seen a parking garage that looked like this. Weird cutouts in the wall or something.
I'm assuming they're going for some sort of 70s, late 60s kind of aesthetic to sort of give you a vibe of back then, but because none of us are, or at least neither me nor you were around back then, I don't remember ever seeing like parking garages with those kind of things on it. But
me neither. Yeah. So yeah, it's cool though. Aesthetically, it's cool. Hold on. I can't find my my phone just disappeared, and that's where my notes were. But yeah, like after she meets with him, she just suddenly does push-ups.
it's because, if I remember right, it's because he's like, hey, I'm getting pressured from the pedo cop. I need 10 G's, and she's like, you need to give me something. And I think he kind of pushes back on her, and that's why she gets kind of like maybe triggered, and that's how she works out her stress with some push-ups.
Right, that's right. Thank you. That's exactly what happened. And she wants something concrete. She wants like some hard evidence that she can use, and yeah, and like this is triggering for her. This kind of work. This is very personal to her. This is her father's killer that she's trying to take down. Oh, I found my phone. Good. So Jim visits the mob boss's son, who's recovering from the heart transplant, and He's reading The Terminal Man. I don't know if there's any significance to that. I didn't look it up, but they feature it prominently. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, me neither. But he does mention Andromeda Strain, and if you look real close, Michael Crichton wrote this book, and he also wrote Andromeda Strain, and then I think it's what Jurassic Park, and then ER. He was part of that, so I think I don't know the significance of that particular book, but obviously that's a Michael Crichton book.
Yeah, that's right. It's Michael Crichton. Let's see. I just looked it up. It is about the dangers of mind control. Interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. About the dangers of mind control. And there's a guy who's suffering from epilepsy following a car crash. Yeah, interesting. I wonder if it has any significance as to why they put that one in there. Maybe, yeah. Usually when shows feature something like that, there's a reason. But it could just be that I've been watching too many shows like From and Severance, and so I notice a book and I'm like, oh, they put that there for a reason, but maybe not. Who knows?
Right. Well, at least it wasn't Earth Abides like in The Last of Us, huh?
Yeah, in The Last of Us, she was reading Earth Abides. How apropos that was. Another book about an apocalypse, a story about an apocalypse. And this is the sister. I still can't get the names right. I'll get on top of the names, but this is the daughter of the mob boss Sax, and sister of this guy in the bed here. She's cool. I really like her. I like her character. She kind of wants to branch out and do her own thing sometimes, even if her dad wouldn't approve. She wants to kind of do her own little business ventures, maybe illicit business ventures, and she doesn't care if it's gonna make her dad mad. I also like that she has she's full figured and curvy, and they feature that in the show, and you wouldn't see something like this so much maybe 20 years ago, like the 2000s. Like everybody had to look super skinny, Hollywood perfect, what their version of Hollywood perfect is. And I just like the fact that we're seeing like women with different body types being featured on shows now, full figured women, curvy women. I noticed this woman even has stretch marks on her arms, like normal looking women. It's nice to see. I'm not saying like skinny women aren't normal. I'm just saying like women who don't have to conform to a specific Hollywood standard of what's normal. So
Right. You're saying like it's not like a narrow band of everyone is like this. It's like they're having the variety of the human experience.
yeah, exactly. And it's just nice to see, different body types featured on major shows like this. And yeah, things have changed a lot, and it's good to see. It's like if you look at Lost, there was nobody who looked like that. Everyone, like all the women had to have the same kind of body type, had to be super skinny and stuff like that. And the guys all had to look like, a certain level of attractive, and whatever their definition of attractive was. But anyway, Jim, I love the bowling place here. Great Bowls of Fire is the name of the bowling alley. It's so retro. They did such a great job with the locations. This is so 70s looking. This is so good. Great Bowls of Fire, and it's all like painted on the wall there. There's Elvis. There's a big picture of Elvis. So like I guess like this is like a really Elvis themed bowling alley. They've got like stuff from Elvis here behind glass. I don't know what this is, but it says something about the king's cursed. Or wait, does that say cursed?
I don't know. Obviously, those other two are like concert tickets, I believe.
Yeah. It says the king's something. I can't read it. It's too blurry, but yeah. The Elvis stuff. And so he's coming here to meet Sunglasses. I love this guy. I love how they call him Sunglasses. That's how the nickname he goes by, and he's played by the great Patrick Warburton. I love this guy. He's got such great presence, and he's really good at being intimidating. He's got that deep voice. He's a scary guy in this show. He's a mobster, I guess, from a different syndicate. So
Yeah, he's always put his great voice to use. Doesn't matter whether it's comedy or whether it's this.
right, like when he was on Seinfeld, he was great on Seinfeld. Yeah,
Yeah, he was.
I've always liked him. So yeah, so Jim is coming to him for assistance. He wants him to go meet with that pedo dirty cop and basically like blackmail him into keeping quiet so he doesn't rat out Jim for working with Nina, because he knows Jim is, has been talking to the feds. And the guy's like, well, why don't you go to your own people with this? Sachs has people for this kind of thing. And Jim says Sachs can't know. And it's obvious why. I don't even need to explain because I just basically said why. So even with this cane, this dude is so intimidating. The cane looks scary. It looks like he's about to beat somebody up with it. And I'm sure he would if he had to. I didn't even notice that was him. I couldn't tell it was him until he took off his shades, but he agrees to do it. But so like he wants like 3 G's, I think he says, but
Yeah, that's right.
Jim doesn't have it. But Jim says, I can get you something better. I can get you Elvis's blue suede shoes, which are priceless. And so he's like, all right, they've got a deal. He's back again. Jim is back at his dad's house. And he has another funny confrontation with Charlotte, the stepmother from hell. This scene is hilarious. This is when she says something like, back off, fucko, or something.
Hey, maybe this is like them giving Holloway a taste of his own medicine with the nicknames, huh?
Yeah, maybe. Because that's what he's known for. On Lost, I loved his nicknames. He had hilarious nicknames. He had a million of them, multiple ones for even the same person.
Yeah.
It's great, endless nicknames. On this one, he's got, he calls Nina Baltimore. Yeah. So he's.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Yep. Yeah. So she's like, she calls him fucko, and yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of like F-bombs and mother effers, and it's hilarious. I'm so glad the show is on HBO so they can just swear like sailors. Josh couldn't do that on Lost. That was on ABC, I believe. Yeah, once again, she's pissed that he showed up without calling and standing there with her cigarette as always. People smoked a lot more back then. Like everybody seemed to be smoking.
Yeah.
So Jim is back again. Like once again, like she's trying to run the show here, and like this guy is so whipped. Like he's like always kowtowing to her, but trying to help his son at the same time, who she can't stand for some reason. Tells his dad that he decided to stay. And yeah, so they have another scene together, and
he's looking for his dad's glass cutter is what he's looking for. In
yeah,
other words, that's the pretext to go to the garage.
right. Yeah, because his dad was a career criminal, so he's got that kind of stuff, just in his garage. Something I noticed too, even the color palette of this show it seems like they used a color palette or like a whatever it is they're using to film the show. The color grading or whatever. I think they use that to make it look more retro 70s too.
Right, like all the bright colors are popping.
Mhm. Yep.
Mhm.
Once again, she's all in their business too. I don't know what her angle is, but maybe they'll explain it later why she's out to get Jim so much, and they have this constant tension, and she's snooping around all the time if he shows up. Um, I just find her so entertaining. It's great. Anyway, so yeah, we're back at the FBI office, and look at this. See, this is a better shot. You can see it. That's Jan Brady's exact hairdo. See the two little curls, the hair in the back pulled back a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Jan Brady's hairdo.
Yeah. Marsha.
Yeah. I can't take her seriously because of that hair. I just see Marsha, not Marsha, but I see Jan Brady. But she's like really an asset because she's like the only one in that office who's helping Nina and Alon like find files and documentation that they need. Which is great. And Jim visits Izzy again. And once again there's cute little Luna and playing a song. So he asks Izzy, so Izzy so she like apparently hung out with Elvis like at a party where Elvis was before, so she like knows the layout of his house. And so he comes to her looking for like advice on like where
Yes,
he-
specifically the house in Palm Springs.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she draws like a map, a kind of a crude map for him. It's not really that great, but like she can point out the room where the blue suede shoes are so he can find them. Yeah, there's something going on there. Now that I look at the screenshots, watching the show, I wasn't so sure, but yeah, they seem like they have some kind of history, and he could really be the father of that kid.
Yeah.
Dirty cop again. I can't stand this guy. Nina and Awan pay him a visit, and I forget what. Trying to remember what this was about.
It's about the police report relative to like the C4 and the explosion and all that. In other words, he did the police report for the PD side of that investigation.
Right. And like it was altered, wasn't it? It was altered or something like that.
And
So
he's like, "Hey, somebody tells me to write it this way, and I just follow orders."
yeah, yep, yeah, because the C4 is what was used to blow up the van that killed Joey, Jim's brother. So
Exactly, not propane like they said.
right. So yeah, there was a cover up for some reason that's yet to be revealed. This is cute. I've never seen this. I don't know what the hell this is, if this is a real game, but it looks like a couple of armadillos or something like on a game board. He's playing. It looks kind of like it looks a little bit like Chutes and Ladders because I see ladders, but it's got armadillos and I don't know. It's whatever.
Maybe that was the pre-runner to Chutes and Ladders. Maybe that's the prototype.
Yeah, maybe. It's cute. He's playing that with her. Their relationship is sweet. It shows like a softer side to him. Like, yeah, he works for the mob. It's kind of like it kind of runs in the family. So he's the driver. He doesn't really get his hands dirty and do the really messed up stuff, but he is involved in it. It's impossible not to like this character, regardless.
Right. So then the spin-off series will be in the 80s, and then she'll be boosting stuff.
Oh, wait, she'll be like what?
I said in the 80s she'll be boosting stuff. In other words, you could write a spin-off where she was in this show and now it's the 80s and she's, stealing jewels or something like that,
Oh yeah, they could totally do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, um, she shows up at the house of this lady with one of the worst wigs I've ever seen. Oh my god, it's terrible. Um,
Yeah.
it's so fake looking. So she's now there's something interesting about her. She's didn't you say that she was cast like she was in what show was it?
She was in she did a lot of stuff in like in the in the 70s and 80s, but she also was in a movie called Swamp Thing. I think that's what you're referencing, what we were talking about when we saw her in the trailer or whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um anyway.
Barbeau or something like that is her last name, I think.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Adrian? Was it
Yeah.
Adrian?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Um yeah, so she's asking her this lady is definitely not telling her the truth about um
Her husband. Yeah.
her husband. Yeah, her husband is Breen, the guy who's locked up in the mental institution. And she like Nina's looking into like what's going on with this. Like um there are all those missing records. She wants to know why. And this lady is definitely trying to stonewall her. So yeah, she's in on some kind of conspiracy for sure. That becomes clearer later. But she doesn't let that stop her. Nina, of course, she's going to continue, looking into this and not really deterred by anything. I mean, even with those FBI guys threatening her not to, engage with Jim, she went ahead and did it anyway. And yeah, and she was told to stay the hell away from Breen too, but she's hell bent on doing that. And so, and then we have Jim. Not Jim. It's yeah, Jim is showing up at the party. That was the dirty cop over there, and we'll see more of him later. But
Mhm.
but this is Jim at the party at Elvis's house, which is, oh my god, they did an amazing job with this. This is so 70s. Everybody's outfits. It's it's like, yeah, it looks like it was right out of the 70s. They nailed it. The music, everything, the ambiance was perfect. Yeah. There was there's somebody that I can't remember now. There's somebody you pointed out. This guy right here. What was it you said about this guy walking down the hall with the ukulele?
That's Tiny Tim. That's he had some kind of weird song about like something about tulips, like walking through the tulips or something, and he has like a funny voice and he plays a ukulele, and he was kind of famous for being famous, kind of thing.
Oh,
He would be
okay.
like on Johnny Carson all the time and stuff like that.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hmm.
Yeah, so they just got kind of a look-alike guy to just have a brief
Exact,
cameo
exactly.
with no lines. He just happens to be walking by, but in clear sight of the camera, so we can see him. Interesting.
Hmm.
It's cool. Let's see. I'm gonna check in with the chat here for a minute or a couple minutes. Let's see. Um, mm, I'd be down to wear a thumb ring. A thumb ring. I used to wear thumb rings a lot. I still have one. I don't know if I hope I didn't lose it. I have one that my dad gave me when I was a kid still, and it actually still fits me. Well, I was kind of like an adolescent, but I like thumb rings. Anyway,
Yeah, he was saying that while we were having the pinky ring discussion.
yes. Yep.
And that might come in handy if we're thumbing the like button, right? The thumb ring.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah, thumbing that like button. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thumb that like button. Geez, 65. See, this is crazy. This is what happens all the time where we're, as we head like into the night, later and later, closer to morning, the numbers keep rising, and now it's up to 65. Interesting. I didn't know if that would be the case for this because we've never covered this show before. But that's cool.
Yeah,
60
everybody came for Julie and stayed for Duster.
all Well, all 65 of you, I don't know. So I know some of you are probably asleep, but there are definitely people watching who just aren't really chatters. So I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for watching. Please remember to hit the like button. That really helps. It really helps people find this video, find this channel, the stream, and it pushes it out in the algorithm. So please hit the like button. Thank you so much for watching. Whether you comment or not, I appreciate all of you. And we're going to be continuing to cover this every week, but it will be on Mondays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Not this time, this is an exception. It will be Mondays. And we'll be doing I'm going to do a midnight watch party when it drops. I believe it's Thursday night, the next episode too, in the Discord. So if you want to do that, if you want to join, you can just join the Discord. The link is in the description of the video. Oh, thank you, Dieter. That was nice. He said you and Carl compliment each other really well. Carl can stay.
Mm-hmm. Thank goodness.
Yeah, you can definitely stay. So let's see. Yeah, Lori, aka Real Cinema Therapy, says yes, covering The Walking Dead, Dead City with Sci-Fi Vision on Sundays. We have a watch party in Discord at 10 p.m. and a live on YouTube at 11 p.m. Okay, so if you like Dead City, definitely check that out and check out their latest live replay. Lori dropped the link there. She's awesome, and so is Jamie, who does the Sci-Fi Vision. She's a part of the Sci-Fi Vision channel, so definitely check that out if you're a fan of that show. And belated good night to Doc, if you still hear this. Thank you for being here. I don't know if you're really into the show or not, but I appreciate you hanging out either way. Let's see. 100% not all the same. I like curvy. Well, yeah, Dieter. Not everybody is just into the skinny type, but that used to be the Hollywood standard. When I was in high school, everybody was like in the entertainment industry, and people were like anorexic skinny looking. That was the norm. Like Paris Hilton looked like she had an eating disorder back then. She was ridiculously skinny. Well, she was pretty skinny, but it was actually her friend Nicole Richie, who people were really concerned about. Looked like she had an eating disorder. That's how it was in the 2000s when I was in high school, and that was like toxic. It made people feel like there's something wrong with you if you don't look like that. Mary Kate Olsen also. But now things have changed a lot, and it's nice to see. You can see it reflected in the TV shows and in music now. Samuel traded in his brother for $3,000 and some blue shoes. Yes. Yeah, that's what ultimately happened to at a bowling alley. Yeah, that's what happens later to sunglasses. What is this? Motherfuckers, pieces of shit, and anal cactus stuffers. What was that about, Dieter? I don't remember the context for that, but
I think that was like his Pornhub search terms or something.
oh, okay. Actually, that reminds me. Earlier in the episode, Charlotte, the stepmother from hell, she called Jim like his new name was Motherfucker, I believe, and then he called her stepmotherfucker. I loved it. That was such a funny exchange. I love it. Anyway, Maude, yeah, that actress was on Maude. That lady with the bad wig, the older lady, right? She was on Maude. And yeah, orange was a popular color in the 70s. That's right, Lori. Yeah, you see that a lot more in the 70s shows, and yeah, it's not so much anymore. That's my least favorite color. I hate it, actually. I don't own anything orange or having orange on it. 20 likes. Yes. Please keep hitting that like button, guys. Appreciate it. She was on Maude and was in a few John Carpenter movies. The Fog, Adrienne Barbeau. I love The Fog. She was in that? Oh, I didn't realize that. The Fog is one of my favorite horror movies. It's psychological horror. I just absolutely love that movie. So, yeah, that's cool. Dude in this scene looks like Kenny G. Yeah, he kind of does, Samuel. We need to update. Yeah, Dieter, we're going to update the events in Discord. Like for the watch party, we need to set up a watch party event for the new episode of Duster for sure. Anyway, Dieter said no about the swearing. Julie, you were happy HBO did all the swearing. That's why. Oh, okay. Yeah, what can I say? I like content with a lot of swearing. I find it more amusing. I tend to swear a lot, but
No way.
yeah, God, you've never heard me swear. Oh my God.
Never.
It's funny though. I used to be someone who never swore ever. Like, so when I started, it felt kind of weird. Like, until my early 20s, like I never swore, but eventually I completely changed. When I started, the only thing that it still feels weird once in a while is swearing around my mom. I feel like, I don't know, I felt strange like doing it, but yeah, you get used to it after a while. She wasn't ever somebody who was like, really like militant about not swearing or anything, but I don't know. Because she swore a lot. When I was little, when I was a baby and I was just learning to talk, she would take me to out to stores, and because she swore so much, I would I would like bust out swears when I was just learning to talk as a tiny little baby in public to people and humiliate her. Like this one time my grandma was there too, and my grandma was mortified. They took me through the checkout, and this cashier was like, "Oh, what a beautiful baby." And I was just like, what did I say? Goddamn son of a bitch or something. Yeah. I was like, goddamn son of a bitch. Oh my God. My grandma was mortified. And my mom was mortified because this happened more than once actually when I was out in public with them. And it was like, oh my God, what they must think about the person raising this baby.
Right. Where were you hearing these terms, huh?
Yeah. My mom had some colorful language back then. Now she just swears when she's really angry, but not as much. She swore like a sailor back then.
So it wasn't even specific to driving. You're just saying in general, she was cussing up a storm.
Yeah, she was. She all the time when I was a kid. Yeah, my mom. My dad didn't swear much. It was my mom who did it. A lot of times it was at him or just in general when something pissed her off or went wrong. I was like, goddamn son of a bitch and motherfucker. Like, so I was saying these terms when I was just learning to talk. Yeah, it was not good. But once I got older, like, when I knew better, I knew what swears were. Like I never did that as a kid or anything. I wasn't a kid that did that. Not until my 20s. Anyway, so Jim finds the room with the famous blue suede shoes right there. And then, he's got to find a way to get rid of this guy who's there, in the way. You can't have that. I love this old retro phone here, like this fancy old phone, like elegant. I love that kind of thing. Like I wish I could. I wish those things were still like a thing today. I would totally have one. And yeah, so
Does he call that guy? Does he call that guy the colonel? Is that supposed to represent the Colonel so and so who was like Elvis's manager or something, right?
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that. Okay.
I think that's who that's supposed to be, because I think he says in the later scene, he says, well, the colonel is good friends with the producer, blah 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 blah, in the scene that's coming up, like after his conversation with him here in the office.
Oh, okay. That sounds right. That's cool. See, yeah, I don't always pick up on details like that, like 70s references. So I would
Right.
not have known that.
It's
Interesting.
like Colonel Barker, Colonel. I don't want to speak out of turn, but yeah, he's like Elvis's manager.
Nice.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, Jim has to find a way to get him out of that room so he can steal the shoes, basically. And
Yeah,
this woman right here is supposed to represent like that's supposed to be Adrienne Barbeau. Right.
yeah, exactly. That's supposed to be the real, like, in other words, her. That's kind of funny. You have the actual person playing an older character, and then someone playing her. That's kind of cool.
Yeah. I thought that was really cool too, actually. Yeah. It was a nice homage to the actual actress who, to give her a little role in the series. I don't
Yeah,
know how if we'll see her a lot, but just to give her even just a small part in it, since they showed a young actress playing like the young Adrienne Barbeau, that was cool to
right,
do.
right.
I like that. I used to watch Maude, actually. I watched it on TV Land. It was a really funny show. The only thing I really remember about it was how hilarious Maude is. And, I think Adrienne played her daughter. Um,
Oh, okay.
I think.
I never saw Maud. I would always hear that, like in TV or different references, but I can't. I don't think I've ever actually watched an episode of that or whatever it was.
Yeah. But yeah, basically it's like Maude has her daughter and like her daughter's new husband or fiance or something move in with her, and so like there's like a bunch of friction between them all the time, and that's like the basic premise, and Maud is just a hilarious character, like B. Arthur. She's a legend.
Oh, right, yeah. So
Yeah.
then, yeah, they move in together, and then hijinks ensue. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, basically.
Mm.
That's the typical sitcom premise that we don't really see in TV anymore, like situation comedy.
No.
Um anyway, oh, I didn't even I meant to mention this when Jim was on his way to Palm Springs to this party. Um he was in the car, blasting music, and you could see like well, he's always like playing 8-track tapes in there, and All Right Now is the song that was playing, and it's really one of the most overused songs in TV history and and film, but it was still cool for the moment that it was. Um, they just play.
Right.
There's so many good songs in this. So some of the other songs they play in this one, there's "Can I Get a Witness?" Um, that's a classic. Barbara Randolph. Then there's like Elvis Presley, "Let Me Be Your Teddy Bear," and the way that they use that one is it's ironic, the timing of it too. I love the song choices in the show.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Same thing with the "You're No Good." When that one played, that was very appropriate.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, like yeah, they use that song. Later on, we hear that Sax says like that song always kind of bothered him for some reason. Like not really sure why. Gee, think a little bit on that.
Yeah, maybe because you're no good, buddy. Yeah.
Talk about lack of self-awareness. Anyway, um, so so yeah, so like I forget really like the details of that particular conversation. I don't really think it's that important, to be honest. Um, Between him and I don't know, the colonel, if that's what his name is, but
Right. Right.
he just basically needs to get rid of him, get him out of the room so he can get the shoes.
Yep.
And yeah, so he sees Sax's daughter is at the party, schmoozing with people and, you know, getting involved in stuff that Sax wouldn't want, but you know, she's out there doing her own thing. She doesn't care. And she's a really likable character. And he's like, you know, your dad wouldn't like this, you know, like Sax would not like you. I don't know what exactly she's trying to do, but whatever it is, you know, it's her own little enterprise on the side that Sax would not approve of, and she doesn't give a shit. I really like her. I like her character.
Yeah, very, very sassy and likable. Exactly.
For sure. So yeah, then you know, he chats up Adrian, and he kind of like he puts the idea in her head that, you know, if she cozies up to the the colonel, he's like involved in casting for shows or something, and so she can get a role if she goes and flirts with him.
Yeah, he tells her that, hey, the colonel knows the producers of the show that you're having an audition for, or trying to get cast to. So maybe, you know, he'll be able to get put in a good word for you. And so then the transactional situation happens, you know, get him out of there and go talk him up, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. So and it works. She goes and flirts with the guy. And this scene, Sunglasses shows up and confronts this pedo cop, and you know, just kind of confronts him with like the evidence. Here's you know, we have like all this stuff, like I think this is you know, kitty stuff that they've got there. I don't want to say too much, like saying certain terms can get streams banned or taken down or something. But
in other words, inappropriate filmography of young
children.
people or something. Yep.
Yeah, he tosses some of the evidence on the floor. I can't really see what's in it, but there are pictures and like film stuff like that. So yeah, he's like saying, you know, like basically back off of Jim and that whole thing with working with Nina, like keep your mouth shut or else, is the gist of it. But instead of listening, the cop just pulls a gun on them. And that's just plain stupid. I don't know why. I don't really understand, like, why would you, like, clearly these guys are bad news. They're scary. Like, it's obvious Sunglasses is a mobster. He probably is a known mobster, and this guy is aware of it. But why would you risk your life just so that you can continue trying to take Jim Ellis down? Because he's ratting on him. Why? I don't really get that, but I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. When all he basically had to do is be like, okay, I'll back off, and then they would have left, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get that. Maybe we're not supposed to look at it that deeply, but it's, you know, it's weird.
Yeah, sure.
It's 2 against 1 too. He's alone in this remote place, but he pulls a gun on them, and they're faster than him, so they shoot him. But it's not a lethal shot, at least not yet. Well, you know, it's not a lethal shot later either, but we think it is. Yeah, and then, you know, you think that the guy is too injured to do anything. They've got the upper hand on him, and then boom, he's laying there, and he pulls the gun and shoots Sunglasses' brother. We find out later that the guy working with him is his brother. Kills him. And of course, then immediately Sunglasses attempts to lethally shoot the cop, and we think he's dead. I mean, there's literally a pool of blood under his head. I don't know how the hell he survived this, but he's not dead.
Hollywood magic, no doubt. Hollywood magic.
Hollywood magic, yeah. I love the party scene. They did such a great job making this so 70s. More party scene. And so what he does is he goes in and he trades off like he takes the blue suede shoes, he puts them on his feet, puts his own shoes back in their place, and just walks right the hell out in broad daylight in front of everybody. And I mean, it's pretty genius, actually. I mean, no one's really going to pay attention to what he's got on his feet. Like everyone's preoccupied having fun at the party. And back then, there weren't video cameras, there weren't surveillance cameras everywhere like there are today. So you could get away with something like this. I don't think this would fly today. Everybody has surveillance cameras, especially if you're a celebrity. You'd have cameras everywhere. But he just gets away with it. It's pretty brilliant. He just walks right out. I mean, and you're wearing Elvis's blue suede shoes out on the street, and then in the car, like, you're lowering the value of the shoes just by doing that. But
how lucky was it that they were the same size? You know,
I thought of that too. They fit his feet. Like they could have been completely wrong, and it wouldn't have worked. But it fit. Yeah, it's pretty genius, actually. Pretty a badass move, and he's satisfied with himself.
Yeah.
I love the scenes of him just racing down the highway in that Duster. It's just fun and awesome music they choose. And so meanwhile, Nina and Awan are, they're about to go, into a dicey situation, and Awan is nervous about it. He's like, I don't know if I can handle this. Like, I don't know if I can do this. And she talks him through it. Like she talks about, is this the scene where she talks about the superhero thing? No, I think that's later, but she talks him through it. He's like a real dorky guy and nervous, and he's never really done anything this risky, but yeah, she talks him into it. And then, like, in the bowling alley, Jim meets up with Sunglasses, and he's clearly really upset. He's self-medicating with booze because that was his brother that got gunned down. And yeah, like, that's what happens. Well, he shows a life in the mob, that kind of thing can very well happen. But so when Jim meets up with him, he's like, well, the price has gone up now. Not just the blue suede shoes, I want the 3 Gs too. That Jim's like, well, that wasn't the deal. And he says, well, his brother got shot. He said that was my brother. That's my brother who's dead. And he says that the cop is dead, or so he thinks the cop is dead. And yeah, Jim's not happy about that. That gets them in potentially more trouble. You killed a cop. But that's just what we think for the moment. And Jim tries to refuse. He doesn't. I don't know if he even has access to 3 Gs, but he throws Sunglasses pulls a gun on him. He throws the blue suede shoes to distract him, grabs a bowling ball, pretty brilliant move, and throws the bowling ball at Sunglasses. Take a lot of strength to hurl a bowling ball that hard too. Those things are heavy. And they get into a very comical fight. I think this is the scene where the song "Let Me Be Your Teddy Bear" was playing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Which was just so, it was just so funny, because it made no sense for the scene we were watching, but the ironic song choice was amusing. It made it more comical. They're like tussling, rolling around, fighting over the gun. Chasing each other down, and then like Jim is like right under where the bowling balls are, and like he has a close call. I loved this scene. It was just so funny, and I was not expecting what came next, I have to say. They continue fighting. I couldn't take a shot of what actually happens because it's too gory for YouTube, but sunglasses winds up underneath that mechanism, and I couldn't show it, but it comes down and squishes his head like a grape or a melon. Just squish. It's pretty gross, actually.
Yeah, it was.
I wasn't expecting something that gory in this show, actually. That was wild. Something that you'd see more often in a horror show than this kind of thing. Yeah, you know, it's a crime drama with mob stuff. You'd expect people to get shot and everything, but not to have their heads squished like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Usually, you usually would see like the implication that happened as opposed to actually seeing it happen.
Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, so that surprised me. Yeah, so he's dead. We know he's dead. The cop, not so much, but yeah, this guy's definitely dead after that. Anyway, Lori, aka Real Cinema Therapy, said that Maud's daughter was a symbol for women's rights. She was divorced and broke barriers. That's right. I remember that. She was divorced, and so that was like, you know, unconventional for TV, you know, like she was divorced and she moved back in. She and I was her son, not her. Yeah, she didn't have a fiance yet at the time, but she and her son. So she's a single mom, and she and her son moved in with Maud. So that was actually kind of groundbreaking for TV at the time. She was a popular sex symbol at the time. She was known for her large. Wait, why? Wait, large what?
I believe it's her upper assets.
Oh, okay. Anyway, Dieter here with more AI. Duster fans unite. Julie B's live with hot takes, quotes, and serious Josh Holloway love. You can't outrun fate. Tap in, like, share, and subscribe for all the deep dive drama. Dieter, you're awesome. Thank you. Samuel said, I wonder if he kept the shoes. Yeah, whatever happened to the blue suede shoes? That wasn't made clear. I wonder. Anyway, we're almost done here. I think what we're going to have to do is we'll stop at the end of this episode, and we will pick up with episode 3 and 4 next week with the next live. For the sake of my health, you know, I can't keep doing marathon lives. It's really bad for me. So, and I don't have a treadmill to stream on right now. It's broken. So we'll do episodes 3 and 4 next week.
I think this has been productive and cool. Absolutely.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I we went on tangents and stuff, but I think it's pretty damn good. Actually, 4 hours and we're almost done breaking down 2 episodes. For me, that's short. So
this is like rapid fire Julie right here, huh?
Yeah. For me, it's like a shallow dive, but not really. Yeah, I know what upper assets are, Dieter. I know what you meant by that. I'm not that innocent. Jeez. Not exactly like pure as the driven snow over here, but anyway. So what they're doing here, Nina and Owan, they break into this big lot with a bunch of old vehicles, and I guess maybe that's stuff that the police confiscated or something. And I believe this is the van, or what's left of it.
Exactly. It's like the charred shell of the van that blew up.
Right. And so she's there to collect evidence that of what kind of explosive like was used to blow it up there. That's the C4, right?
Right. They're getting the I think maybe that's the next episode. Maybe it's this one where they take it to a laboratory and someone tells them what it is.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So what was that? Were you saying something? Or
No, sorry.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, so like their relationship is really sweet. Awan is, he's really nervous about doing something like, they're not supposed to be doing this. This is not part of their, assigned mission here. Like this is they're breaking into this area and breaking more rules and going against orders again. He's nervous about it, but she's, she kind of helps give him courage to continue, like, helping her out and doing this. And before this, he never really, he was just kind of a nobody there. And, there was all this racism and he didn't know how to deal with it. And this is the first time he's really done anything major. So yeah, I really like their whole dynamic. It's cool how he supports her and she's helping give him courage to do that. And then, so this fucking asshole, disgusting pig cop, I don't even remember the guy's name. He's just a piece of shit. He's alive. With all these bullet holes, he's alive. And he gets on his walkie, says officer down, so fucker's still alive. So at the beginning of the episode, you get kind of fooled. Like as the episode progresses, remember at the beginning, it showed Jim burying this body, or trying to anyway. And so in this episode, eventually you think that this cop is dead. So you're fooled into thinking the body Jim's going to be burying. Once this scene happened where he got shot like that, you think, oh, Jim's probably going to wind up burying this cop.
Right.
But no, they do a kind of bait and switch and trick you. And it turns out he winds up burying sunglasses instead. I mean, the point was not to bury anybody, but over the course of the episode, you get led to believe it's going to be the cop, briefly anyway. So yeah, he tries to do it. The shovel snaps. And so he's screwed, he thinks he's screwed. The shovel breaks. Then a car shows up. And so that was where the scene cut at the beginning of the episode. And we were left to wonder what was going on. He held up his gun. He did his trademark intense Josh Holloway face that he perfected this on Lost. I mean, this is, the furrowed brow and the intense eyes and, the jaw, like all tense. He's so good at that. Yeah, like right there, like so good at that. And it's none other than Pops. It's Dad. It's his dad. So he's coming to save the day. He figured, like, he followed him. He followed Jim. He had a feeling Jim was in trouble. Like, he got the sense that Jim was going to be in some kind of trouble, and he didn't know if Jim was going to wind up dead or just need help, but he followed him.
Yeah, he went to the bowling alley, but when he got there, specifically, he said he saw the duster taking off. So then that's when he followed him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes. So supportive Pops here coming to save the day. Nice.
The kind of Pops that'll help you bury a body.
Right?
Yeah.
Everyone should get you a Pops like that. It will help you bury a body.
If your dad doesn't bury dead bodies with you, then you're missing out.
Right?
Yeah.
Seriously. It's so warped what's happening here, but it's like, I love their relationship. Like, they do warped things on the show, but then they make it so sweet and funny at the same time. I love how the show pulls that off. Like, they make it a father-son activity. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Like his dad helps him out. He has a shovel, I think, in his car, and helps him bury
he's
the
like,
body.
he's like, I got one in the truck. Hold on. Yeah.
He can hook him up.
Yeah.
Can hook him up. And the two of them, bury the body together, and then they just like look at each other. I loved this. They look at each other and then they just crack up laughing. Like, fuck. What the fuck? Like, it's just it's so dark, but it's weird. It's like this weird, sweet father-son energy and this dark comedy, even though they're standing there burying a body. I love it.
Yeah.
It's great.
I mean, while other father sons like rebuild a carburetor, these guys bury a mob boss or whatever.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Wholesome.
Yes, wholesome, perfect word for it. Yeah, and just the camera angle too. I loved the camera work here. Like, so you're looking, it's kind of like aimed down. It's down and it's aimed up at them. So it's as if you're kind of looking up from the perspective of the hole where they just buried the guy, and they're looking at each other and laughing. Brilliant camera work and directing in this. Makes it extra warped and darkly comedic. And then of course we find out, this is where we find out, the fuckers, it looks like the fucker's gonna live, because they got there in time, the ambulance came and he's alive. Not that he deserves it, but I mean, if anybody deserved to be gunned down, it's this child predator.
Absolutely.
And then we have Adrienne Barbeau, right? This is the real one.
The real one. Yep.
And I still say this is a wig. I don't think that's just dyed hair. That looks like a bad wig to me.
Yeah.
And lady, you're not fooling anybody with that. If it's hair dye or a wig or whatever, like we know you're older. Like, just, I like when people age naturally myself. Like, just let your hair go gray, silver. It's pretty. But that's me. I will say though, I like, look at her. She hasn't had any work done on her face. So she let her face age naturally. So I gotta give her credit for that, because in Hollywood, there's a lot of pressure on women to get plastic surgery and try to combat the aging process. So no, she's actually a standout against that. Like, kind of like Jamie Lee Curtis. I love how she's aged naturally and not given into that pressure.
Right.
And she looks great. I think people who age naturally tend to look a lot nicer than the fake stuff, like Joan Rivers before she passed. Oh my God, that woman, she had way too much. She was addicted to it.
Yeah. Do you think that this wig is the one from who was it that whose wig was the one that was so bad and from?
Future Julie.
Yeah.
Future Julie. Yeah. This is it actually made me think of that, as a matter of fact. Maybe they got the same, they worked with the same wig company. I don't know.
Maybe they walked past the set and saw it on the ground there or something.
Maybe. So this is an interesting little scene, and it's gonna have a payoff later, and it shows that there's a conspiracy that goes up way higher than it seemed at the time. She calls Adrienne calls this guy here, and she says, like, this FBI agent was here snooping around asking about her husband's missing records. Breen, the former FBI agent on the case again, to take down Saxton. So this guy is some dirty politician, and so he's gonna get involved now. He puts on his hat. Then you look out the window and there's the reveal of the U.S. Capitol. This is Washington, D.C. You can even see, I think the Lincoln Memorial is back there too somewhere. So there's some kind of conspiracy going on that goes up high. Based on this, there's some kind of cover-up involving the death of Jim's brother, Joey, the way that he died. And so it's really interesting. So there's definitely a mystery element in this show. This is not like a typical kind of show that I cover where there's really intricate, confusing kind of supernatural mysteries or sci-fi mysteries, but there is a mystery element to it. It's not mystery box, but I like that there's some mystery to kind of keep you guessing, like, what's going on here? What kind of conspiracy is this?
So maybe not a deep dive, and maybe not a shallow dive. If this is a medium dive, right? Is that what
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Exactly, like a medium dive. And I think that's the last shot. I think the next one is I believe this is episode 3. Yeah, we're gonna cover this next week. So I will be changing the title of the video after the stream ends, to just be episodes 1 and 2, so that I can finish this up and take care of myself. So, but I think we did really well, actually. That's the end of that one.
Hey, yeah, I think you're getting good at this.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you're good at this. You've been a natural. I mean, you've never been on a panel. Have you? You've never called in to a show or anything before, have you?
No, ma'am. The only thing I ever did like this was take orders through the drive-through.
No. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, you're a natural at this. You really are. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, I appreciate that you came on and did this and offered, insights about some stuff that I wouldn't have known regarding all the 70s references and the mob and all that stuff. And not to mention details you filled in that I couldn't recall, because I've been trying to cram in a lot lately, and trying to cover this many episodes of a show at once. It's a lot. Plus, I'm still working on my Handmaid's Tale finale breakdown, and so yeah, some of the details escaped me, and you have a great memory, so you've been so good at helping to back me up. Thank you for that. And let me see, Klungo, what in the world? I've never seen you before. Any videos of food? What? I don't know what you're talking about, but hello. Building's not food. Okay. I don't know who you are, but hello. We're covering Duster here. I don't know if you watched that show, but it's a really fun show on HBO, a mob thriller. So if you don't watch it, definitely check it out. I'll be covering it every week on Mondays at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. This was a special circumstance tonight, but it will be Mondays. I'm just going to go up through the chat and just see what I missed here before we wrap this up. It shouldn't take long. So, yeah, I know, Dieter. I wish I could do endless streams. It's hard for me to limit myself and cut it off, because I would love to keep doing what I did last fall with From season 3 and just stream for 8 hours all the time. And unfortunately, my pain condition has gotten a lot worse since then, so I just can't do it. If I do it, then I suffer way too much. And the only way that I can do it is if I can stream on the treadmill. So once I get that fixed, then I can do some streams that are longer, just on the machine. But until that happens, I do have to limit it. So anyway, I love doing this, but I have to start prioritizing self-care first. Theater said, Big Hack Entertainment's daughter has a YouTube channel. That's right, where she learns to use FL Studio. It's pretty impressive, and she's 12. That's adorable. Big Hack is an awesome member of our little community, and he's the one who put me on to Kendrick Lamar in the first place, when he popped in my chat last November and said he just dropped a surprise album, and I went down a rabbit hole because of that. He's a big Kendrick fan too, so that's super cute that his daughter has a channel. Yeah, so check out her channel. I'm gonna check out her channel too. More swearing from K Julie. You like my swearing? Julie be streaming like dropping F-bombs, no lie. Swears so loud, Wi-Fi ducked. Even her mic said, brah, I'm fucked. That's great. Muncher let you know we're not talking Jim Matthews. But we were talking about Jim Ellis. Jim Ellis is the protagonist of this show. I know you love your Jim Matthews, though. Veteran Jim lover here. and I wound up being on your side in the end. Jim got a raw deal on From. I'm with you on that. Hey, Mr. Grant Gregory, thank you for popping in. It's nice to see you. Yes, check it out. It's a great series. I'm really enjoying it. It's aired 3 episodes so far, and I'm going to be covering the 3rd and the 4th one next week. The 4th one, I think, drops Thursday night at midnight. So it shouldn't be hard to catch up on it by next week or something. It's really fun. It's got, action, it's got comedy in it, which I wasn't expecting. And some mystery elements too, like crime, drama, mystery elements. So yeah, great cast. So I would definitely check it out. I would recommend it. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Julie sounds so happy. Yeah, I am. It's been a great stream. I am happy. My pain is starting to spike, but I'm gonna get done with this and take care of myself. And but yeah, being on these streams always makes me happy, and being with awesome people like all of you guys, and like Carl here did an amazing job. So I really enjoyed this, and of course Scarlet earlier, as always. So let me see what else. Samuel Aaron Moierty is a more modern famous example. Example of what? That was at 523. Not sure. Starlight from The Boys. Oh, okay. The Boys is a show I haven't seen, if that's what you mean. I don't know. Starlight from The Boys overdid her.
Oh, he may have been referring to plastic surgery, because that's something that, like, you see her early look in the show, and then you look up her face right now, and it's way different. So that might be a reference to when you were talking about plastic surgery and pressure for women to get plastic surgery.
Gotcha. Okay. So anyway, yeah, Nintendo 64 was before my time. Samuel is I think he said I forget how old he said he is, but he's younger than me. I was young enough, like Nintendo 64 was out when I was a kid, but I never played video games. I had a little Game Boy Pocket, but I didn't play it much when I was a kid. My mom didn't want me playing a lot of video games, getting down that rabbit hole. So I kind of missed out on that.
Did she tell you that it was gonna rot your brain or something?
Something like that. Yeah. She did let me watch a whole lot of TV, though. I will say I watched a shit ton of TV as a kid. Nickelodeon, Nick at Night, a lot of TV. I kind of became a TV addict. C. Dieter said, "Good call, Julie. You did good. You and Carl did good. Thank you very much." Yeah, thank you. Anyway, so wow, it's really hard for me to end a stream with 82 people still watching, but I am going to wrap it up now, and for real, wrap it up, not like wrap it up what I usually mean. I say wrap it up and it's an hour more or 2 hours more. That's an ongoing joke here. We have a running joke with Dieter and the wrap it ups in the chat, but I really am going to, with only 2 of us on here, this is actually a perfect background, because the red duster is right in the middle. That's perfect.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
And I didn't put any time. I didn't have any time to try to select the perfect image or anything. I just, right before the stream, I literally just pulled up my 800 screenshots from all 3 episodes, saw this, grabbed it, uploaded it, done. Like, so I got lucky. I think I'll keep it. It looks just right for this. It's a little toy duster. It's cool. And even when there are 3 of us on here and you can't really see it, you can still see that there's a road in the background.
Yeah, exactly. No, it looks great. It kind of looks like my car's like heading in the other direction too, right?
Yeah, it does. It does. It's perfect. Yeah, you never wrapped up in an hour. Yeah, I know. I am now, though. I am. I swear to God, I am. What? Dieter said, "Sorry, Carl. That was autocorrect. My stepdad's name is Carl with a C." Oh, okay, because he had spelled yours with a C. So his autocorrect automatically expects it to be a C. So that's, yeah, I get it. He said, "Indeed, Carl, she did too much plastic surgery." Yeah. So anyway, so yeah, that was the first 2 episodes of Duster, and we're gonna cover the next 2 next week on Monday. And the next episode, I mean, it was excellent. I loved it. We'll get into that next week for the sake of time, and then Thursday night, I believe it's Thursday. Let me just double check really quick. Hold on. Our next live is going to be actually tonight, which is the From Rewatch season 2, episode 5 of From. Finally getting back to that again. Haven't had time in weeks for it, but now we're going to be doing that weekly, 1 episode per week again. Rewatching From, starting. We're on right now, season 2, episode 5, and on Tuesday nights, starting next week, we're going to show the episode that we're rewatching. You know something though? I'm just thinking, you know what? And I'm going to make a different decision here in real time. I'm thinking about it. Today's already Wednesday. I put a lot of effort into these rewatches. I treat it like I'm covering a new episode. I mean, I take copious, detailed notes to look for new things. Even though I've taken notes 2 times before on like previous watches, I'm looking for new things based on the new insights we got in season 3. So I take notes, detailed, and I take many screenshots. And today I really need to finish my Handmaid's Tale finale breakdown and analysis and finally release it. So, you know something, we'll start that next week. What we're gonna do instead, we'll do another theory live like we've been doing for tonight. We'll do another From Theory chat live, and we'll resume the rewatch next week. I think that's much more realistic for me, so I can take care of myself, and I don't have to prepare for a theory live. I can talk theories anytime without any prep. So if Doug is able to join us, I'll ask Doug. We'll see if he can join and chat with us tonight. Doug Hughes, that is. And if not, we'll just do a casual theory chat live and talk some From theories tonight. That's what we'll do. So next week, we'll resume the rewatch. Tuesday night, we'll show episode 5 of season 2 of From in the Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern. And if anyone wants to hang around and discuss it, we'll do that. Then Wednesday, we'll do the rewatch breakdown. I'll have the time. I'll finally be done. I loved covering The Handmaid's Tale, but it's been a mammoth task. To cover a brilliant work of art like that series in its final season, and then now to be covering the series finale and looking back, reflecting on 6 seasons of excellence, I've got to put all my energy into finishing that and getting it out today. So I'm going to do that. So tonight we'll do a From live if Doug is available, we'll start at 10 p.m. Eastern for him, so it's easier for him. And if not, then we'll just start at 10:30 and we'll talk theories. So I will keep you guys posted on which it is. I'll let you know later this morning. I'll make a YouTube post and a Discord post on which kind of live we're doing tonight. But either way, it's going to be From themed. And our next FROMacademy will be Friday at 12:30 a.m. with Doc. We'll start at 11:30 and just chat. But at 12:30 a.m., Doc will join us. We're going to be diving into the theme of the nightmare creatures, the monsters on From. So if you have any theories you want us to discuss, but you can't, I mean, Doc joins late. It's 12:30 a.m. when he joins. So if you can't make it that late, or you don't know if you're going to be there for the whole time, you can, or if you just want to do this, you can put your theories in the Discord. We have a channel for FROMacademy right in my Discord. You can go in there, drop your theories in. We'll discuss them on the live and give you credit, of course. And we did that with our friend Robert Saunders. My friend I made just a little over a year ago now. He has amazing theories, and so see if he wants to share his in the Discord and we can discuss, and anybody else who wants to. So that's Friday night, and that's pretty much it. So let me just double check on when the new episode of Duster is dropping. Let's see, when does the new Duster come out? No, not that one. Release schedule. Thursday. Oh, okay, it's not midnight. Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. Okay. So that's what we'll do. We'll do a watch party when it drops at 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursday for Duster in my Discord. If you'd like to watch with us, Dieter just dropped the link in the chat. And if you're listening on the replay, just check the description of this video. You can find a link to my Discord in there. So that's Thursday night at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to put out a schedule for the rest of the week for all that stuff, but on my community tab on YouTube. So you can go there and check it out if you want to see the rest of the schedule once I completely finalize it. And if you're a fan of Handmaid's Tale, or you know someone who is, please give my video a view or pass it along to someone who watches the show for the finale deep dive I'm going to be putting out today. I've been working really hard on this for about a week now, and so yeah. So check it out if you watch the show. If you don't watch it, just giving it a view, letting it play. You can even mute it. You don't have to even listen. You can mute it, let it play for even just a few minutes. Hit the like button. That really helps push the video out in the algorithm and get it out to where more people can see it who do watch the show. And also another thing you can do to support is just throw something in the comment section. It can be as simple as even just an emoji. That triggers the algorithm too. And I really appreciate everybody who's done that. I think it's really helped. My Handmaid's Tale views started out pretty low and wound up like doubling and more than doubling by the end of the season. So I really appreciate all the support for that. So that'll be out hopefully later today. I hope. I've been saying that for a while, but I think I can really finish it today. I keep thinking of more stuff to add to it because it's the culmination of just an excellent piece of art. 6 seasons of just pure art. Dark art, but art. Anyway, From is coming back in early 2026. Yeah, that's what we figured. I'm not surprised. That's not a surprise. Early 2026 isn't so bad. Like, I'm thinking the latest will be February. I think February. No problem. Like, we can wait. We can theorize and have some fun until then. Have more lives with Doug Hughes and talk theories and do FROMacademy with Doc. So we can hold it down until then. Thank you, Dieter. Appreciate it. Yeah, even though he doesn't watch the Handmaid's Tale videos, sometimes he'll just play them. So I appreciate it. It really does help when people do that. And commenting on older videos could also work. That's true. I noticed Dieter just did that with a couple of my From Theory videos. Thank you for that. There was one that didn't really get much attention because I waited too long after the From finale, but I'm going to be making a bunch of From Theory and prediction videos for season 4, but I'm going to hold them back. And when we get some From news that causes the show to be trending again, I'm going to just drop them. So that'll be cool. Anyway, that's going to be it. I need to get going. And Klungo, I don't know what is up with you, dude, but saying random things. Anyway, thank you, Dieter, for being an amazing mod as always. And everybody in the chat who participated. I really appreciate it. 83 people watching right now. That's incredible. I had no expectations coming into, covering a new show like this. I've never covered this. So I was thinking you know, I might get less than 10 people watching. So thank you so much to everybody who watched. Really appreciate all of you, including everyone who's just listening. Thank you. Please hit the like button on the way out if you haven't done that yet. And with Alice, you're welcome. Thank you. And good night to you. And you take care as well. And Carl, aka Panda, in case anyone's confused, because I keep calling him by his real name, but thank you so much. You've been a natural at this. Thank you so much. You've been amazing as a guest co-host.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Julie. It's been my honor and privilege.
Wow. I'm really looking forward to continuing to do this, and I hope you want to continue, because it's been awesome. And you really are natural for streaming. Like, you have the voice for it, like the timing, the insights. You're a natural, like I knew you would be. So
No, thank you. I appreciate it. You make me sound like JulieBDeepDives.
well, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say, well, yeah, you are, because like I don't want to sound like I'm complimenting myself then, but because but I really appreciate you. And yeah, see you next week, said Dieter. Yeah. Yes, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Dieter. You're welcome. I love you too. I love this whole community and amazing friends that I've made here. Really more like family. It's like my found family. Sometimes the family you choose is more loving and supportive than actual blood relations, and that's sure the case for me in terms of my my uncles, aunts, and cousins anyway. And my mom is wonderful, but that's pretty much it. I just have my mom.
Yeah,
But,
that is so true for like a lot of people. And this, like you said, this amazing community that comes to see you, and it has a lot to do with you, Julie. You know that, I hope.
oh, thank you. I still find it really hard to believe. Thinking about that feels surreal to me, even after all this time, doing so many lives and everything. I still find it surreal that people want to show up for me. I never would have foreseen that at all. If you had told me a year ago I was going to be doing this and people would actually want to show up and hear anything I have to say, I would never have believed you. So I don't know. I appreciate it. I remember I called into Tony Teflon's show a little over a year ago. It was the end of April. It was the first time I ever did anything like that, and I was so excited. And I told my mom, like, "Oh my God, I called into his show and talked to him, and I played her the replay, and I was so excited about it." And I was kind of awkward and like nervous, giggling on the phone. And Tony and Phil could not have been nicer. And like, and my mom looked at it and she said, "Just give it a few months and you're going to be the one up there." And I was like, "Yeah, that's never going to happen. No, that's not happening." And a few months later, she was right. She called it. I was doing my own live streams just a few months later with Tony. Tony actually had me on his show. So I was literally up there with him a few months later as a guest on his panel, just like she said. And I had my own channel. So that was pretty nuts. And I still feel like I don't really understand why. I guess, I don't know. Because I never had a lot of friends, people who wanted to hang out with me. So it feels weird that people want to hang out with me in this kind of space. I don't know. But,
Yeah, it's everything that you bring to the table. Your theories, aka your mind, your voice. It's a really cool, chill place to be.
oh, I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. Um, and I'm just so grateful for this community, because it's like my safe space too. It's just been my lifesaver, my lifeline this last year, which it would have been the worst year of my life if it wasn't for, this community of people. So that really did save me. I'm not exaggerating. That's not hyperbole. I was at the lowest point in my life when I joined the From community and when I started my channel. But this has made such a difference. I can't even begin to express what a difference it's made in my life in so many ways. Opened so many doors. I've met such amazing people, and I'm so grateful. Anyway, this is so cool. Hi, 30254 music. Hi, they said have a good night or day. Looking forward to more lives from New Zealand. Auckland, 9:44 p.m. That is so cool. Oh my God. Thank you for popping in the chat and saying hi. That's so awesome. Wow. And they said, enjoyed the journey, joined via the Fromily, and you got me into watching Severance. So thank you, Julie, for the recommendation. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I love that. That makes me feel so good. Like, thank you so much. Wow. I was trying to do that. Like, I was like legit trying to recruit as many new Severance fans as possible directly out of the Fromily so that I'd have people to talk to about it in these lives. It's not just like, oh, I want a bunch of views. I just wanted people to talk to about it and have great conversations here in this space. And so I'm so glad it worked. And I did manage to turn a bunch of people onto the show and people I didn't even know I did. Like you. Thank you for popping in and saying hi. I always wonder about the people who are listening but not chatting, and I appreciate all of them. And it's so cool when they occasionally pop in and say hi and where they're from. I love that. And New Zealand, that just blows my mind. Wow. That people all around the world, like anywhere in the world, could be listening to this right now. Like someone in New Zealand, like, there's Fletch in Portugal, there's Dieter in Belgium, there's, Martin in the UK. And I mean, I could go on and on. There are a lot. It's just so cool to me. I just love it. Wow. So yeah, I mean, like, don't be afraid. Like, anyone listening, if you're not into chatting, pop into the chat and just say hi sometime and where you're from, because I love to see it. It's so cool. But no pressure to actually continue chatting. I appreciate everybody that just hangs out and listens. But yeah, it's awesome when they pop in. Like Carl, aka Pandecolima here, used to be a lurker.
Yeah, from lurker to contributor. Here we are. We started at the bottom and now we're here.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, right here we have right here on stage here. You used to be a lurker. I mean, and I don't put a negative connotation to the word lurker at all. Like, that just means somebody who's listening but may not be into chatting or can't chat because they're listening while they work or whatever. So not everyone is into the live chat thing, but since day one, for my very first live stream, one time I went back and listened to the replay to kind of see like how I came off then and if I've improved. And I was already like shouting out the lurkers in the first live stream because I can't tell you how much I appreciate everybody who supports this channel in any way at all. Even, whether you're listening, whether you're chatting, it doesn't matter. It's all support. It's all truly appreciated. And thank you so much. Yeah, Dieter. I got Dieter in a Severance too. Yeah. he got into it and got hooked. Yeah, it's an awesome show. I recommend it to everybody. Good night, Lori. Real Cinema Therapy. Good night. Hope everyone has a good night or a good day. The community that Julie created, you changed my life. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Dieter. Well, you've changed my life with your friendship and your support. So I'm glad that it's done something for you too, to help you. Anybody who needs a space with kind people who just want to hang out, and we don't just discuss TV shows. We support each other as a community too. And so, we're here for everybody. Yeah, like we are here to lift you up where we can, like Dieter said. That's really well said. And we're gonna do some streams where we're kind of just chatting, and like we're talking about doing that, like with Tabitha, kind of like a therapy stream where we just kind of support each other and talk about stuff we're going through, because we're like a family here, and we do that anyway during other lives. Sometimes if anyone's going through something, like we'll go off topic and we'll discuss it and we'll support each other. And I see people in the chat supporting each other, and it just makes me so happy, because that's exactly the kind of space I wanted to create. And I see people doing it on their own, and it's wonderful. It's a beautiful thing. So there's too much unkindness and cruelty in this world, and I've experienced way too much of it. So I just wanted to create the kind of space that I always needed and didn't have, and help other people like who have struggled too, all different kinds of struggles. Everyone has their own. I have my unique issues and struggles. Other people have theirs, and we can all come together here and be supportive of each other. And if anyone ever needs support or wants to talk, don't be afraid to just to bring up what's going on with you, and we'll support you. We'll have your back here. So anyway, Samuel says, thank goodness From doesn't take as long to come back as Severance, right? Who knows when the hell we're getting the next season of Severance? They took like fucking, how long? I think they took 3, was it 3 years? Yeah, they took 3 years just to make a season 2, which was nuts. Yeah. From is number 1 for me too, Samuel. Number 1 is From, number 2 is Severance. Okay, I'm going to stop rambling now and get going. Because it's time for me to do my next walk. It's past time, really. So my next therapeutic walk. Yay. But this has been a really fun stream. Thank you, everybody, again. And again, tonight we'll do a From Theory stream. If Doug wants to join us, we'll start at 10 if he's available. And if not, then we'll just probably start at 10:30 and talk theories, just casual theory talk. Keep a lookout for my video on Handmaid's Tale finale, hopefully today. And that's pretty much it, I guess. So thank you again, Panda, Carl. I feel weird calling you, like, I don't know what to call you. But thank you again so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And yeah, looking forward to the next one. We'll break down 2 episodes again, and we'll definitely start before 1 a.m. next time. I swear.
Yeah.
It won't be 1 a.m. We'll try to start on time at 10:30 p.m. on Monday. That's when the next Duster Live will be, next Monday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So see you guys next time. Let's see, I'll play. I don't have anything Duster related to play on the way out, so I'll just play my video outro that the awesome Mr. Grant Gregory made for me. And if I can find it. So see you guys next time. Thank you. Hope you have a great day and a great night, or a great night wherever you are in the world. Because apparently, never know where you are. We have someone from New Zealand here, and it's freaking 9 p.m. over there. It's awesome. So anyway, see you guys next time. And
Great job, Julie. Great job.
Thank you. All right. See you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yeah, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom and enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Okay, all right.